Can you guys hear me? All right. Stacy Anderson. Mirta Becerra.
Present.
Daniel Carlino. John Contos. Jordan Hess. Gwen Jones. Kristen Jordan. Mike Nugent. Jennifer Savage. Amber Sherrill. Sandra Vasica. Heidi West. I believe that is everyone, and we have full attendance.
Always the first one's the trial. Testing.
Of road where the bike lane actually separates from the primary roadway, then you may have an idea of what this can look like. We need more bike-safe roadways to provide our community with safe and effective non-motorized transportation options. Everyone here, at least in this room and probably abroad, knows that Missoula is a very active community and that's filled with open-minded and forward-thinking people who care about community safety. The access to outdoor recreation here is unparalleled by other metropolitan areas in the United States, making it a special place to live. We can also see that great bonds are formed from our common interests in the great outdoors. A great example of this bond is provided by what happened at Marshall Mountain Park in the last year, a space that bicyclists, including myself, value greatly for its proximity to town. I have found, however, that although mountain bikers love to hurdle themselves down mountains at high speeds. Many of them avoid riding roads in the city at all costs. If we can apply the energy that we've put into places like Marshall Mountain Park and Mount Dean Stone, for example, to the city streets, then we could see a similar result with more diverse, frequent, and practical usership of our roadways. I'm guessing this hasn't happened yet because we lack the infrastructure for it, simply. And frankly, people don't feel as safe as a result. If you've traveled into Missoula from the south, you may have noticed a road sign that proclaims that Missoula is a bicycle-friendly city. With the current layout of Missoula streets, and as an urban cyclist, commuter, and mountain biker, I frankly disagree. I'm here informing you all that there are bicyclists all over Missoula who agree with me, and many of them are here tonight. I'm begging you to please represent us and advocate for bicycle safety and infrastructure to get more people out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan or Claire, we have a dark screen for council chambers, and it should be actually, people talking should be on there. So I don't know if we don't know how to do that. All right, well, Claire, I don't know if we know how to turn the camera on for the council chambers video. We're going to do the best we can tonight. In the meantime, thank you for your comments and thank you for patience while we work through the tech. So it's a dark screen. I feel like our camera's not turned on, but I'm not quite sure how to do it. Oh, that's good. There we go. Okay, thank you. All right. Just like to have a rough start to every beginning of every meeting, but we're going to get there. Okay. Any other public comment on items not on the agenda? Please come forward. Thanks.
Hello, everybody.
Just state your name.
Yes, my name is Simon McCullough, and I live at 1937 Maple Street. About a month and a half ago, a person driving a car hit me on my bike while I was on my way home. And I was stopped at a stop sign waiting for cars to move through the intersection. A young woman tried to take a quick left turn onto the street where I was waiting. And they were trying to beat the oncoming car. They hit me. Luckily, I was unhurt, but pretty rattled from the massive Jeep knocking me down. This collision made me think anybody could have been walking through that crosswalk. If this woman didn't see me and on my bike in broad daylight, how could she have seen anybody? It could have been a person in a wheelchair, a person walking, or a child. A week ago, another person riding a bike was hit, but this collision killed him. There's a large population of Missoulians that currently commute and recreate on their bikes. As one of those people, this death terrifies me. I'm a rather confident commuter, but fast-moving vehicles brushing past me with a foot to spare is objectively unsafe. For most roads in Missoula, this is the only option. People might say, just ride on the sidewalk then. But just last week, somebody biking on the sidewalk was killed by a person driving a car. Another thing people like to say is, but there's all those bike lanes. And yeah, there are bike lanes, but they're often filled with loose gravel, glass, car debris, litter, parked cars, construction materials, delivery trucks, people walking, deep puddles, big piles of leaves, and in the winter, snow and ice. And even when they are clear of obstructions, the magic 5-inch painted white line separating me from cars does not prevent distracted drivers from crossing that line and hitting me. We all know that people ought to have the option to ride their bike or walk, but if we design our town in a way that is unsafe for anybody and everybody to do so, then those that can afford it will drive. And again, we all know the consequences if everyone drives. Louder streets, more death and injury, more air pollution, more road wear, more congestion, more road rage, more sprawl, and more dependence on foreign oil. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be able to drive in town. Motor vehicles are super useful at times. I'm saying that cars are a dangerous and helpful tool, and we should mitigate their dangers by having drivers take on that responsibility instead of telling those outside of the car to get out of the way or die. With more safe transportation options, we can mitigate those harms on our community. My conversations with people both before and after this tragic and entirely preventable death this last week, I have heard people remark about how they want to ride their bike or walk to their destinations, be it to work, to the trailhead, to the grocery store. They'd rather do this instead of driving, but they are too scared to do so. It's not people's fitness, the weather, or the distance preventing them from making this choice. It's the danger posed by cars that makes them choose to drive. Let's design our public spaces for the safety of people and not the volume, convenience, and speed of cars. We have done the opposite in the past. Now let's give our public space back to the people and give them the unintimidated choice on how to get around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. So we actually, excuse me, point of order, we don't allow any boos or clapping or anything during public comment, just so that everyone feels welcome one way or the other. So anyone else that wanted to come up and give public comment on this item? Or on, I'm sorry, on any items not on the agenda? Yes, please come forward.
Joe, again, could you tell I was a little upset last week? I do want to state it on the record that I'm not usually, I'm usually a pretty easygoing guy. I don't like being harsh. It kind of bums me out. But I think you can only bear witness to so much unnecessary suffering and cruelty before it kind of gets to you. And I want to point out before I really get into this one, that the folks that we heard from last week, those mental and physical healthcare professionals that we're talking to you about, the folks who live in the camps and the shelters, almost all of them are criminally underpaid and overworked. And we expect those people to do that work out of the charity of their own hearts, as if you can pay for rent and food with piety. And you can't help but wonder how many of the folks who work for the POV, work for the HOT team, work in these kind of critical care infrastructure jobs are among the 25% of Missoula County residents who have to use the food bank. But to get into the meat of this one, last week I was pretty, let's say, harsh about the city's cynical use of social justice language surrounding the use, surrounding the issue of homelessness in this community. And I think I'm justified in that. I don't like being lied to, and I don't like kind of the implicit condescension in being told that hands are tied when I know they're not. Hiding behind forms and hiding behind bureaucracy is not an excuse when people are going hungry and cold at night. Again, I don't think the Rogers employees are monsters. I just resent the fact that my hard-earned tax dollars are going to them to fund their Blackwater LARP when the J Street shelter would run out of food on the weekends. And again, since the city has decided that we want to use this Jetty initiative to try and make the community better, which is a good thing. It is something that I do support. I just want to hold your feet to the fire and make sure that it's consistent. So here's some demographics about the people from your own website that was taken last month. In the shelters and camps, Indigenous people are overrepresented by a factor of 15, Black people by a factor of 5, Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders by a factor of 4, and Hispanic folks by a factor of 1.5. And life expectancy among the homeless is 48 years old. The research has been clear on this issue for decades. We know what solves crime. We know what makes our communities safer. Stable housing, stable shelter, and access to mental and physical health care is the single greatest predictor in every longitudinal study that decreases crime in every community. It has also been shown that putting more men with guns in more prisons, whether they're private or public, does not have that effect. I understand that this is complicated. I understand that it's uncomfortable. I understand that you're sick of seeing me. I'm sick of being here. But this is not a problem that's going to go away easily. And I hope that you will all take that into account. In the next month, we're going to be talking about a plan that includes what we can move on from here to do. And I'm going to ask that you take into consideration what Councilwoman Jordan said, that you ask each public entity to justify their spending and find the money to do what needs to be done to fix this problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will go to our people who are virtual for their comment on items not on the agenda. And first we have Letitia Ray, you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, sorry, I updated my name. My name is Leticia Romero. I live in Ward 4. I apologize if you guys have been talking about this or not, but I just wanted to ask City Council if there's been any thought on water conservancy, as far as the droughts that are happening all over the Northwest, the Plains. Last year, our governor declared state emergency for extreme droughts. Almost 93% of the state was in extreme drought. I know, I'm remembering last year, surrounding areas had put water conservancy limits, and we didn't. I'm wondering if that's because we have the aquifer underneath us. I was just remembering the Flathead had restrictions on water, and all of Missoula went the whole summer without any kind of thought, or as if no drought was happening. You know, all of us need water to survive. All of us, you know, have children, grandchildren, one way or another. If we're thinking 7 generations ahead, I think we need to really start thinking about that right now rather than waiting for later. Lake Mead has lowest levels right now. So I didn't know. Yeah. So if the city has been thinking about that, and just because we have an aquifer underneath us doesn't mean we can, you know, splurge on our water. So has any thought been put or into that? Because I think it's really important for us to really take care of our water, and restricting use that really, you know, like golf courses, things like that, that we don't really need. We can grow gardens better than recreational usage of just wastewater. But yes, that's all I wanted, just to bring that up to City Council and see if any kind of thoughts. You know, we're going to be heading into summer here, and it's going to be pretty quick, pretty hot soon. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. All right, and the last one I have a hand raised for is Mats Larson. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, Mats Larson, Ward 3. I wanted to also echo the sentiments of everyone that was speaking earlier regarding the community member who lost his life riding a bike on Orange Street and 3rd. I've personally been hit by 2 cars as a pedestrian. 1 ticket was issued, a failure to yield, and I still go to a bunch of doctor's appointments regarding it, and still continue treatment like physical therapy and all types of stuff. I think one of the other issues at hand that hasn't been mentioned is the lack of tickets being issued at all for these types of incidences. And I think it's kind of deplorable, especially if you're trying to like create a message of overall safety in the community with these types of events. You know, it's tragic that this guy lost his life, and you know, I think we can prevent that too with like actually ticketing these types of events properly. And it's tragic that to hit someone, but you know, an $85 bond forfeiture, I don't think is even sufficient. You know, if these people don't even have to go to a court date, but you know, other community members are being pulled over for cell phone violations and failure to make complete stops at traffic intersections and blinker violations and such as that. I think we need to reevaluate what we're doing here from a policing standpoint too. And there are numerous intersections that could be made far safer just by employing just simple lights and stuff like that. I do think, personally, I'm never going to ride a bike in this community, but you know, you can make that decision for yourself, hopefully in the future. But thank you for your time, and I'll be speaking on the claims later.
Thank you. Next, we have committee meetings, committee membership appointments, and changes to committee agendas. And I'm going to go to Mr. Hess first. There is a change to the committee agenda, and then Claire will have you go through all of the committee meetings. Thanks.
Thanks. And this is in regard to the Land Use and Planning Committee. This meeting will go from 4:15 until 4:55, and I'm going to hold our second item. I requested 4 hours for that item because it's a conversation that warrants. That's for the Expo Parkway rezone. I don't want to shortchange this. I want to be fair to the applicant, and I want to be fair to the members of the public who want to comment on this. And I also want to allow time for council discussion. We have 11 hours of committee meetings scheduled, so I'm going to hold this until we have, for 1 week, until we have the time to do it, to give it the justice the time that it deserves.
Great. Thank you for that change. And Claire, if we can go to you to go through the committee meeting schedule for this week.
Yes, I have put the committee meeting schedule up. If anyone wants to look at it at their own leisure, they go to the Missoula website, the Missoula City website, and there is a meetings tab. And the meetings are listed in the form of a calendar, and you click on the calendar slot to find the agenda for each meeting. And there's also a section where you can find this list, which is this week's committee meetings. So committee meetings for May 11th, beginning at 8 a.m. We have Public Safety, Health, and Operations Committee discussing the purchase of one single axle grapple truck, amendments to the Missoula Valley Water Quality District Ordinance, and a resolution to support changes to the Missoula City County Air Pollution Control Program rules. Beginning at 9:25, we have the Public Works and Mobility Committee, and they will be discussing a resolution to confirm the final ordering of Eaton Street Phase 1 right-of-way improvements project, a bid award with Knife River for the Eaton Street Phase 1 right-of-way improvements project, professional services agreement amendment 1 with IMEG for Eaton Street infrastructure project, an ordinance amending Missoula Municipal Code Chapter 13.02 by repealing 13.02.090 and establishing 13.02.091. At 10:40, committees will continue with the Budget and Finance Committee with the Missoula Economic Partnership update and an amendment contract for Partnership Health Center support, or an amended contract for Partnership Health Center support. At 11:35, the Climate Conservation and Parks Committee will meet to discuss the Northwestern Energy Overhead Utility Easement, East Caras Park and Riverside Parking Lot, Northwestern Energy Land Use Agreement for East Caras Park, Department of Agriculture Sustainable Urban Forest Resilience Subaward, and the Ecosystem Services Annual Update. Continuing at 1:35, Housing Redevelopment and Community Programs Committee will meet to discuss the Scott Street property update by GoodWorks, a letter of intent to sell land to Mountain Line, the Scott Street redevelopment project infrastructure reimbursement resolution, funding recommendations for 2022 Unified Application, AHTF, CDBG, and home. And finally, the substantial amendment to the CDBG and home program year 2021 action plan. And finally, as Jordan mentioned, the Land Use and Planning Committee will meet at 4:15, and they will be discussing the referral and staff report Title 18 City Floodplain Hazard Management Regulations update.
Thank you. So again, just so that it's clear for the public, we are going to continue the last item, Expo Parkway, from this Wednesday until next Wednesday. So we should be completing land use and planning at around 5:15 or 5:30, you estimate?
4:55.
4:55. Okay, thank you. All right, next on our agenda, we have the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda were approved in city council committees to be placed on the consent agenda to save time at council meetings by voting on them as a package. The city clerk will read the list aloud so citizens watching on MCAT will know what is on the consent agenda. We'll invite community comment on these items before we do. before we vote. So to you, Claire, to go through a long consent agenda.
All right, on the consent agenda, first up, we have approve accounts payable in the amount of $814,054.27 for checks dated May 10th, 2022. We also have approve and authorize the mayor to sign a construction services agreement with Camp Well Drilling and Pump Service for the Summer Street well pump replacement for a cost not to exceed $28,268. We have the Mullen Build right-of-way agreement, which is a approve and authorize the mayor to sign a right-of-way agreement with Doherty Ranch LLC for the city to construct public infrastructure for the Mullen Build project. We have a recommended motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with DJ&A for the Grant Creek Waterway Realignment Project at a cost not to exceed $331,871. We have a recommended motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the 100% clean electricity consultant contract with Brian von Lossberg in an amount not to exceed $40,000. A recommended motion to confirm the mayor's appointment of Sam Duncan, Kelly Sellers, and Charles Besancon to the Parks and Recreation Board. Sam Duncan will be filling a vacated term beginning immediately and expiring on April 30th, 2023. Kelly Sellers and Charles Besancon's terms begin on May 1st, 2022 and expire on April 30th, 2025. We have a recommended motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a license agreement with Northwestern Energy, allowing for public art on the Patty Street substation walls. We have a recommended motion to approve a contract with Pro Sweep Plus in the amount of $68,158.53 and to authorize the mayor to sign the same. A recommended motion to set a public hearing for May 23rd, 2022 for the adoption of the conceptual master plan for the current Center for Recreation and Creativity. A recommended motion, 1, to adopt a resolution of intention to amend the North Reserve Scott Street Urban Renewal Plan for the North Reserve Scott Street Urban Renewal District to include additional property in the district and calling for a public hearing on May 23rd, 2022, and 2, a first reading and preliminary adoption of an ordinance amending the North Reserve Scott Street Urban Renewal Plan to include an additional property in the district. We have a recommended motion to confirm the mayor's appointment of Ellen Buchanan to the Downtown Business Improvement District Board for a term beginning June 1st, 2022 and expiring May 31st, 2026. We have a recommended motion to approve the agreement with Strategies 360 for web page content evaluation and design services in an amount not to exceed $28,125. We have a recommended motion to adopt a resolution relating to the financing of water system improvements and legal settlement, establishing compliance with the reimbursement bond regulations under the Internal Revenue Code. We have a recommended motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Meta Urban Design for the city's comprehensive code reform project for the total amount of $850,000 to be equally distributed between 2 fiscal year budget cycles, $425,000 in fiscal year 2022 and the balance of $425,000 in the fiscal year 2023. We have a recommended motion to approve the Remington Flats Subdivision Phase 1 final plat. And finally, a recommended motion to approve an exemption to MMC Chapter 9.30 noise control to permit relief in accordance with MMC Chapter 9.30.070 permit for relief from noise level from specified noise levels and allow for night work on May 16th through 20th, 2022 during the Trinity Mullen project.
Thank you, Claire. Appreciate it. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? We have one person virtually attending who wants to give public comment. Mr. Larson, if you can unmute yourself, you can.
Max Larson, Ward 3, thank you. I just wanted to provide some attention to the $40,000 consulting fee from Dorsey Whitney for the water department regarding a quote unquote water tank. Sounds like a lot of money to do something with a water tank, but who knows what you're doing. And then 5.4, just wanted to air caution when redirecting waterways. That's pretty important stuff. So hopefully DA&J is qualified to do that. And then the nighttime contract for the correctional facility lands and the project adjacent, the Trinity land project. If they're going to do that at night, how are all the prisoners in the prison supposed to sleep while they dig giant sewer lines during the nighttime? Just wondering, but you know, who knows if those people are considered people to you guys even. But have a great night. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on items on our consent agenda? Seeing none, any comment from council? Mr. Hess.
Thanks. Grant Creek was relocated, I believe, in the 50s without a permit, back in the day when you could dig up a creek and move it without regard for downstream impacts. And this has been part of a federally vetted grant through the Build Grant in a few years ago, as well as a process that's received relevant state permits through the Department of Environmental Quality. So I have absolute confidence that our consultant that was selected through our procurement policy and has been deemed to be qualified will restore the creek to its pre-1950 realignment and to a more meandering, natural, resilient, beneficial pattern. So I'm totally confident in that item.
Thank you for that. Any other comment from council? Mr. Carlino.
Just wanted to speak to the code reform in 5.14, because I know we're doing a rezone today, and I think it's going to be really helpful for our affordable housing crisis in Missoula to hire this consultant to do an entire code reform for the city. But currently I live in the U district and one of the only neighborhood blocks that allows for threeplexes, like where I live today, that was converted out of a single family home. And we need to go ahead with this code reform so that we can re-legalize housing in Missoula. Most neighborhoods and most residential neighborhoods in Missoula only allow for single family homes, and we need to re-legalize housing to get our housing stock back up.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote on the consent agenda. Claire.
On the consent agenda, starting with Councilperson Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Carlino,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Basika,
Yes.
West.
Yes.
And that is unanimous.
Thank you, Claire. Item 6 on our agenda, comments from city staff, city agencies, community forum, neighborhood councils, boards, commissions, or authorities. We do not have any tonight, nor do we have any items under number 7, special presentations and proclamations. We have one item under final consideration, item number 8. The item is the ordinance. Well, let me read this first. Items listed under final consideration have had a public hearing. The hearing was held open to allow time for additional public comment before final consideration and action by the city council. The chairperson of the standing council committee will make a motion, and we invite community comment on each item. Our one item tonight is 8.1, ordinance amending the residency requirements of emergency public safety employees. We had a presentation last week by both Chief Gordy Hughes and Chief Jason White, Fire and Police. I see that Chief Hughes is in attendance. Chief Hughes, if you have anything extra to add to your presentation, go ahead and raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll just go to questions from council. I'm not seeing his hand raised. Were there any questions from council regarding this item? We're getting there. I would just like to point out that we are following the new rules tonight that we passed about a month or two ago. So no questions from council from anyone? Then we will go to our Public Safety and Operations Chair for the recommended motion.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move to adopt on second reading an ordinance amending Chapter 2.80 of the Missoula Municipal Code entitled Residency Requirements for Emergency Public Safety Employees to change the distance from the city that a peace officer or firefighter may live from the current 30 minutes to 45-minute average with a reasonable response time, including minor amendments to reflect current law and repeal the exception that no longer applies to current employees. And may I speak to the motion, please?
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. This aligns with the same sort of change we made a few weeks ago in regards to department chairs. And with the increase of overall FTEs that we have both in the fire department and the police department, there hasn't been a need for an all call or general alarm, as they call them, for people to come back. So this seems to give more options for folks who want to serve our community to find affordable housing. And with our interlocal agreements between both the sheriff's department for police as well as Missoula County Rural Fire Department, there doesn't seem to be any concern that there won't be a lack of coverage if a major event happens. So this seems reasonable and I'm in support.
Thank you. Let me go to public comment first, trying to follow our new rules. Missed a beat there, and then we'll come back to you, Ms. Vasica. So I'm going to call for public comment on this item, and I have anyone in the chambers that wants to give public comment? Seeing none, we will go to our one virtual attendee. Mr. Larson, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, this is Matt Larson, Ward 3. I'd like to point out that there is no metric for the 45-minute designation. 45 minutes at what speed? And I think we should take into note the wear and tear on vehicles that responders may be taking home. This increases that, which increases maintenance. This increases maybe hours that are compensated for commutes to and from work. And this is during a time when, at least at MPD, the overtime hours are already drained, and we've switched to this 10.5 or 10-hour and 45-minute new shift and ward layout. And I think that it further designates, a special class of citizen amongst us, especially when we're talking about the police union, which is the largest city union and one of the largest budgets, if not the largest piece of the budget for the entire city. So if they're not subjected to this housing crisis that is, by and large, been exacerbated by city and county officials, then, why should we regular citizens be subjected to this? Just pointing that out, you guys could ban Airbnb at any time. You've done studies, you've done all the research. You can put 3,000 units back on the market as long-term rentals, but refuse to do anything. And as a matter of fact, gut the coding, gut the zoning. And Carlino is now advocating further gutting of the zoning when we could actually just do something kind of at the snap of our fingers.
Point of order. Thank you. Okay. Moving on next to any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, then Ms. Vasica, you had a
I'm
comment?
sorry, I wasn't finished yet when you cut me off.
Go ahead, Ms. Vasica.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to speak to this very briefly. We all love our firefighters and our police department because they keep our city safe. And it's really easy to forget that once they take off their uniforms, that they are humans and do have families. So I think that this is going to be really big on increasing morale within the police and fire department. And so I will absolutely be in support of this tonight. That's all I wanted to say.
Ms. West.
I also wanted to add that I think,
we can't really dictate the type of lifestyle people choose to live, and not everybody wants to live inside the city, and maybe they have partners or children who also have activities that maybe require a little bit more space and land than a city lot would allow. So I think this is a great way to allow people in our police and fire department to live where they want to live and live the kind of lifestyle that they want to have.
Thank you, Ms. West. Ms. Cheryl?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to be, oh, this is loud, going to be supporting this tonight as well. We're at a time that every single industry that I can think of is struggling with staffing. And we are in a city that is experiencing a housing crisis and housing affordability that does not allow our responders to all live here. So I think I think Gordy brought it forward, but I'm really happy about an innovative approach to trying to get those departments, those really important departments for our city staffed.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from council? Then we'll have a roll call vote, Claire.
All right. Voting on the ordinance amending residency requirements for emergency public safety employees, beginning with Councilperson Becerra.
Yes.
Carlino,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Bazika,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
and Anderson.
Yes.
And that is unanimous with 12 votes.
Thank you, Claire. That concludes final consideration items. We have several public hearings to open tonight. State law and city council rules set guidelines for inviting community comment in a formal way on certain issues. Following a staff report on each item, the city council and the mayor invite community comment. During COVID-19, the city council is holding the public hearing open for a week and then voting the following unless there's a requirement for final action on the night of the public hearing or it is continued further. We are following our new council rules that we approved a handful of weeks ago. So just to clarify everyone, the order for these land use items that we're hearing tonight will go number 1, staff presentation, number 2, developer remarks. Then we have public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. And then we have questions from council. So the first item is 9.1, a referral and staff report on Title 18 City Floodplain Hazard Management Regulations Update. And Alex Edom, I believe, is here to present.
And Cassie Trepard, planning supervisor. I'll be starting it off and then handing it over to Alex.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Let's see, can you see the slides?
Yes, if you want to enlarge it though, so that we don't see the.
Yeah, I can try using the actual slides. It was doing some funky things a second ago, but let's try this.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Does that work? You don't see the extra notes and weird things?
Yep.
Okay, great.
We do
So-
see them, but Cassie, if you go to display settings, you can swap your displays.
Oh, let's see this. That work? It's showing up on all my screens differently, so
No,
a little bit strange on my end.
that looks great now. Thank you.
Great. So I'm Cassie Trepard. I'm a planning supervisor in the Development Services Division of Community Planning, Development, and Innovation. I'm here with Alex Idom, a senior planner who will run the second half of our two-part presentation. So we are proposing an ordinance to amend our floodplain regulations. It's a very minor update. However, considering floodplain items rarely appear before City Council, staff have decided to give a high-level educational presentation on floodplains before we dive into the proposed ordinance. Okay. So we'll start by going over what a floodplain is and why they matter. A floodplain is an area of low-lying ground, typically adjacent to a river or coast that is subject to flooding. Considering we deal with mostly riverine flooding in Missoula, I'll focus on rivers and creeks. Because floodplains continuously alter the landscape, they can change over time. And later this summer, we'll begin the public process for updating our floodplain maps to show conditions today. Floodplains serve several functions. Primarily, they store and convey water during flood events. And additionally, floodplains have natural environmental benefits like maintaining water quality, recharging groundwater aquifers, and they provide crucial habitat for plants and animals. So on the top diagram, you'll see different portions of a floodplain. The base flood elevation, referred to as BFE, is the elevation of floodwater for the 1% annual chance flood, or in other words, every year there is a 1% chance that water will rise to this level. Floodplains are generally split into two sections. The first is the floodway, which is the channel of a river and adjacent land area that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood without increasing the water elevation more than half a foot. So the regulations don't allow new structures in the floodway because this land is needed or needs to be reserved to carry the fastest floodwaters. The flood fringe is the remaining portion of the floodplain where development is allowed as long as it meets certain standards. For example, the house in the diagram is elevated above base flood elevation, so it won't be damaged by the 1% chance annual flood. And the flood fringe stores flood water, but does not effectively convey that flood water. And it's important to note that while humans can alter where water flows, they can't influence the volume of water during a flood. And this means that as you add development to the floodplain, the water may either increase in height or be pushed onto other properties. Okay. And so this photo shows an example of our flood insurance rate map. On the Clark Fork River near 3rd Street and Reserve Street. Zone AE in blue is the flood fringe where development is allowed. In the hatched portion, red and blue, is the floodway where development is quite restricted. There are additional flood designations for sheet flooding and ponding, but not shown on this map. And then the orange hatched portion at the bottom is Zone X behind a levee. This means that that area would normally be in a floodplain, but is not because it's protected by a levee. Okay. So the reason we map floodplains and regulate development in them is because of the National Flood Insurance Program. The National Flood Insurance Program, or NFIP, was established in 1968 through the National Flood Insurance Act. The goals of this federal act were to reduce flood damage and to protect property owners. Since 1973, this program has been administered by FEMA. In the 60s, the federal government found that it was paying out a lot of taxpayer money to cover the damages caused by flooding. And as a result, they decided that development in floodplains should be constructed to withstand floods. The insurance program offered flood insurance to property owners so that more of the cost of the damages that still occur can be covered by those who actually have structures in the floodplain rather than being funded by the general tax base. Local governments participate in the NFIP and are responsible for managing development in the floodplain. So Missoula adopts and enforces floodplain management ordinances that comply with federal and state laws. In the state of Montana, we have higher standards than the federal minimum, offering additional protection to our residents. And additionally, Missoula participates in the community rating system, which is where our citizens get discounts on flood insurance because the city goes above and beyond the minimum federal requirements. The NFIP has three related program areas known as the three-legged stool. First is hazard identification. This is done through mapping of the floodplains. We can't build structures to be safe from flooding and protect residents if we don't know where those flood areas are. So mapping and updated data is crucial. Next is mitigation. This is done through the regulations that require structures to be elevated above base flood elevation, wet-proofed or dry-proof so that they are not damaged during floods. And last is flood insurance. The US government offers federally backed flood insurance for property owners in participating communities. Additionally, federally backed mortgages for structures in floodplains require property owners to purchase flood insurance, and this is referred to as the mandatory purchase requirement. Missoula participates in the NFIP. If we didn't, our citizens wouldn't be able to get NFIP flood insurance, which makes acquiring federally backed mortgages difficult for citizens in high flood risk areas. Additionally, without participation in the NFIP, locals would have to turn to private flood insurance, which is normally more expensive and can be hard to find. And lastly, we participate in the NFIP because it makes us eligible for forms of federal disaster assistance in flood hazard areas. Okay, so the overall goal of the program and our local regulations is to protect the lives of our residents as well as their investments in their structures. The regulations require that structures be reasonably safe from flooding. In most cases, residents are required to elevate structures 2 feet above the base flood elevation, though there are different standards for things like agricultural structures and different options for floodproofing commercial structures. This is a photo from the 2018 floods here in Missoula. You can see some of the regulations in action with the brown manufactured home near the top of the photo and the new houses on the right. There's water around them, but they're elevated above the water and therefore safe from damage. If they weren't elevated, there would of course be water damage, but most importantly, water can damage and crumble foundations through various forces. So it's important that the ground beneath the structure be elevated with fill. It's also crucial to reduce the amount of debris in the floodplain as well, because debris can cause substantial damage. For example, you can imagine an unsecured propane tank floating down the river and the damage that could cause. We regulate things like fences in the floodplain as well, because they can cause debris to build up, which pushes water into places where it normally wouldn't go. And when it comes to flooding, improper actions by one property owner can substantially increase damage on neighboring properties. Luckily, all of this is avoidable through proper compliance with our floodplain regulations. I mentioned earlier that we regulate to the 1% chance or annual chance flood. You'll often hear people call it the 100-year floodplain, but we're trying to move away from this terminology because it's quite misleading. The 1% chance annual flood means there's 1% chance of this level of flooding in any given year. We can't predict what year that will be, and though the math results in a high probability it will happen within a 100-year time frame, it doesn't mean it just happens every 100 years. It could happen 2 years in a row or every 200 years or 3 times in 100 years. It is just a probability. So even if property owners haven't seen their property flood, the risk is still there and proven with models, and they are required to develop in a way that protects their structures. So thank you for listening to the short educational part of the presentation. You'll get a lot more information later this year when we come back to talk about the Clark Fork remapping project. So now I'm going to hand it over to Alex, who will be explaining the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, are we there? Can you see the screen and hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Everything froze briefly. Here we are. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Cassie. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Item, and I'm a planner with the Permits and Land Use Division at Development Services, here this evening to propose an ordinance for minor amendments to the city floodplain regulations specific to section 10.4.4, which covers agricultural structures and updates to Appendix A. So as Cassie mentioned, the City of Missoula participates in the National Flood Insurance Program, and it also participates in the Community Rating System, or CRS program. The CRS is a voluntary incentive program that recognizes and encourages community floodplain management practices that exceeds the minimum requirement for the NFIP. In CRS communities, flood insurance premium rates are actually discounted to reflect the reduced flood risk resulting from the community's efforts that address the 3 goals of the program. And those are, firstly, to reduce and avoid flood damage to insurable properties. Second, to strengthen and support the insurance aspect of the National Flood Insurance Program. And third, to foster comprehensive floodplain management. So in order to ensure the community is adequately enforcing its floodplain management regulations, a FEMA staff member or DNRC staff member, very side note, all of the acronyms are on the slide because floodplain loves acronyms. So a FEMA staff member or DNRC staff member on behalf of FEMA conducts what is called a community assistance visit, otherwise known as a CAV, very fun. DNRC completed a CAV visit with city staff on July 23rd, 2021. Following the CAV, DNRC issued a letter addressing outdated language that needed to be updated in section 10.4.4, agricultural structures of the floodplain regulations. Additionally, 2 letters of map revisions were recently issued, which means Appendix A in the floodplain regulations also needs to be updated to reflect this information. In the letter, DNRC provided a 6-month deadline for completion. However, this letter was never received by the city of Missoula, so they granted an extension via email on November 17, 2021, with a 6-month deadline of May 17, 2022 to adopt these changes. DNRC is requiring an update in response to a FEMA policy issued in February 2020 concerning floodplain management requirements for agricultural structures and accessory structures. The purpose of the policy was to acknowledge the unique characteristics and uses of agricultural and accessory structures within the special flood hazard area, to ensure sound development and promote public health, safety, and welfare. The slide shows the proposed amendments. The updates to section 10.4.4 clarify the definition of agricultural structures. It eliminates vague language such as, quote, be located on higher ground and as far from the channel as possible. And it proposes clean and enforceable language that requires the lowest floor of agricultural structures be elevated to at least the base flood elevation, as Cassie demonstrated in her slide, or adequately dry flood proofed. And it also requires agricultural structures to comply with section 9.11, which is structures accessory or appurtenant. The other updates to the city floodplain regulations will be related to Appendix A, to include 2 new letter of map revisions, also known as LOMRs. So what are LOMRs? Well, LOMRs are an official FEMA amendment to the currently effective FEMA flood insurance rate map, or as we also call FIRMS, based on the physical change to the floodplain or the special flood hazard area. It is issued by FEMA and changes flood zones, delineations, and elevations on the FEMA FIRMS, and may amend FEMA flood insurance study. So 2 LOMRs have been issued since the last Title 18 update, and the associated changes to the FIRMS must be listed in Appendix A. The LOMR effective April 27, 2022 was issued to revise the map in response to updated data for a portion of Grant Creek. And the LOMR effective June 27, 2022 was issued to revise the map following the removal of Rattlesnake Dam. Federal and statutory authority. So section 1.14 of the city floodplain regulations and administrative rules of Montana, section 3615-204, provide that amendments to regulations must be found adequate and acceptable by DNRC and FEMA prior to adoption and require public notice in a newspaper of general circulation. DNRC approved the draft language on April 29th. And FEMA delegates review and approval of this amendment to DNRC. So when DNRC determined that the amendment was adequate and acceptable, the requirement for review by FEMA was also met. Legal notice was published in the Missoulian on April 3rd and April 10th. The 44 Code of Federal Regulations and state law requires communities that participate in the NFIP to adopt compliant regulations that meet or exceed these standards. The proposed amendments meet the minimum standards as well as the minimum federal standard. FEMA and DNRC require that communities must adopt regulations within 6 months of notification. The review deadline for this amendment is May 17, 2022. So this item will be open until City Council final consideration next Monday, May 16th. So there's no motion this evening, but for reference, staff is recommending approval to adopt an ordinance amending Title 18, the city floodplain regulations, to incorporate revisions to section 10.4.4 agricultural structures and Appendix A in response to a FEMA policy regarding floodplain management requirements for agricultural structures and accessory structures, and to include map revisions. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation. Is there any public comment on this item? So if you have public comment, if you want to come up to the podium and state your name. And I will say we don't do a back and forth in terms of questions, but if a counselor wants to pick up the question and ask that of staff, that's how we construct it.
Right.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Glenn Slay, and I have a question about what happens after the first flood and the federal program no longer will respond.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Just that. All right. Thank you very much. Does anyone else have public comment on this item? And anyone in the attendees? See no public comment. Council, any questions from council regarding this item? Ms. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering how we can follow up on this question for our friend here, and I'm new, so I would like to know if I can follow up on that question for him.
Yes, so you can ask that of staff. So if
okay,
you want to
I will do
pose
that.
that question now to staff, now's the
Okay.
time.
I will propose that question to staff. Thank you.
I think I need a little bit of clarification or repeat on what the question was.
Why don't you come back up to the podium?
Yeah.
We're just gonna get this one right here. The best laid plans. Could you
FEMA
expand a little bit?
recently, within the last few years, changed the National Flood Program in significant ways. One of which was that they revised the program and what was considered to be the 100-year floodplain. They remapped everything. All right. And they have also made it very clear that they will not pay for floods in repeat situations. If you're in a floodplain and you have a loss and you have federal insurance program protection, it will not respond after the first claim. And what my question is, what happens and what does this mean to the people who are living here and buying flood insurance?
Okay, thank you. And I assume that you will forward that question on to staff?
Yes, please.
Okay. And
Okay.
this item, if you're able to answer it now, great. Otherwise, this item will also be in land use and planning this coming Wednesday. So we could have an answer by then. But staff, is that something that you're able to answer now?
I'll probably need to go do some research prior to LUP and could get an answer together. I need to look into the remapping. Well, we did adopt new maps in 2015. It was using the same data that we had prior. And then I believe you're referring to what's called a repetitive loss, which means if your structure is repeatedly damaged, generally they will stop paying it out. They would, hope that you would actually elevate it so that it's not repeatedly damaged due to its location and elevation. But I will get a more refined answer put together by Wednesday. I can also give my email out if you'd like to contact me, and I can send you a more specific answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We had some more questions. Sandra, go to you.
Yeah, so that was a really good presentation that Cassie put on. And I was wondering if there's any way that we could get a copy of that presentation to look at the maps in more detail, because I will, it's a lot of it's in my ward. So I've been assumed that I'm going to get a lot of questions this summer for it.
Yep.
And then also kind of following up on that gentleman's question, with most insurance companies, yeah, they can deny claims if there are repetitive losses, but with this being a federally insured program, I'm curious to know that answer, if that's legally allowed as well. So I can get that answer on Wednesday. Thanks.
Great, thank you. We had a question from Ms. Becerra online, so we'll go to Councilwoman Becerra.
Thank you. I was just going to comment that in my years reviewing subdivisions, that one, talking about the 100-year floodplain was always a little bit misleading. So I'm really happy to see that change and be a more intuitive designation for that part of the floodplain. I guess one question I had is, what is considered an accessory structure for agriculture? Is it a barn or a shed, or what are some of the accessory structures?
Alex, would you mind sharing that slide again with the definition of an agricultural structure? It's a pretty long definition. There we go. So a little bit messy, but they are not intended to be insurable. They're used solely for agricultural purposes, having low flood damage potential, used for production, harvesting, storage, drying, or raising of agricultural commodities, including livestock and animal confinement, but they are not meant to be inhabited by humans. So that wouldn't be, say, your shed on a regular residential lot, but if you actually had an agricultural use happening on your land, your accessory structures related to these actions would fall into this.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't for residential, but yeah, I appreciate the help. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Ms. West.
I was wondering if for the Wednesday presentation, maybe we could get a visual associated with the second letter of revision that's mentioned here, which is the I guess the map, the new map after the removal of Rattlesnake Dam. I think that is a huge accomplishment for our community, and I would really like to actually see the visual impact and how that's affected the, I guess, a more natural flood pattern in that drainage.
Yeah, we can show the Lomer, so it doesn't actually update the maps that you'll see on the FEMA website or What's My Zoning, but it does come with a letter from FEMA that includes generally little map excerpt, or we have the application that will have that, so we should be able to dig that up.
Okay, are there any other questions from council on this matter? This will be heard in LUP this Wednesday. So if you have follow-up questions, that's the time. And then this coming week, it should be final consideration. All right. Thank you, Cassie and Alex. Appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is 9.2, phase development review for phase W2 and E1 of Herons Landing subdivision. And we will be hearing this item tonight, opening and closing it with a final consideration vote. So please keep that in mind. So Alex, we will go to you for a staff presentation.
Thank you. One moment here. Let me switch. Okay. I think we're up and running. We can see and hear okay?
Looks great.
Okay, just give me 1 second here. All right, perfect. Well, hello again, Alex Idem, now here to present the phase development review for Herons Landing subdivision, phase W2 and E1. Preliminary plat approval was granted on September 21st, 2020 by City Council in 10 phases, subject to 25 conditions of approval. The subdivision will contain 347 lots on 72.11 acres and is within the RT 5.4 2-unit townhouse residential zoning district with a Herons Landing neighborhood character overlay. The Herons Landing subdivision is located in the Tupcane area north of Mullen Road, south of the 44 Ranch subdivision, with George Elmer Drive splitting the area into a west and east side. Here's the full subdivision plan showing all 10 phases. The final plat for phase W1, shown in the dark blue color, was filed September 21st, 2021, and consisted of 45 lots. This development review is for phase W2, shown in the purple color, and phase E1, shown in the yellow color. No changes are proposed to the phasing plan or the final plat submittal deadlines as outlined below in the image. Here's the proposed plat for phase W2, which is located to the west of George Elmer Drive and will contain 31 lots on 10.70 acres. And here we have the proposed plot for phase E1, which is located to the east of George Elmer Drive and will contain 45 lots on 9.49 acres. So phase development review is mandated through state law and requires the governing body to hold a public hearing and conduct a review prior to the applicant's ability to submit for final plat review. In this review, the goal is to determine if there are any changed subdivision primary review criteria impacts or new information that exists which would result in significant adverse impacts with the phase or phases under review that was not known at the time of preliminary plat approval. For example, there could be updated regulations and codes or new floodplain data that has been made available. If these circumstances do exist, the governing body is able to apply new conditions of approval or amend existing ones. Staff is recommending several amendments to the original findings of fact and conditions of approval, and council may choose to either approve the phase development review with some or all of the recommendations, add new conditions, or choose to approve the phase development review with the original findings of fact and conditions of approval of preliminary plat approval. Phase development review phase development review is not able to be denied. Any approved amendments to findings of fact are then used for the review of subsequent phases. After phase development review, the applicant may submit for final plat review approval, which ensures their submittal meets the conditions that results from the phase development review process. Oops, sorry. The city's subdivision regulations include review of the following impacts from a proposed subdivision derived from state law. These are the categories you will find within the staff report. Please note that there are various minor changes to findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval outlined in the staff report. Further, there are minor clarification changes to the staff report that will be outlined in a memo dated May 6, 2022. In this presentation, I will be covering the major changes that happen specific to agricultural water user facilities and local services as it relates to non-motorized transportation. We will start by looking at agricultural water user facility criteria. Following the preliminary plat approval in September 2020, the City of Missoula obtained all right, title, and interest and water rights held by Hellgate Valley Irrigation Company on November 1st, 2021, along with ditch easements and related infrastructure and appurtenances necessary to divert and convey the entirety of Hellgate Valley Irrigation Company's water rights. This includes the portion of Flynn Lowney irrigation ditch that crosses Heron's Landing subdivision. The city intends to retain ownership of the ditch easements it acquired from the Hellgate Valley Irrigation Company through the Heron's Landing subdivision for the purpose of conveying water either through an open ditch or a piped conveyance. Staff recommends added findings of fact number 6 and modified finding of fact number 7 as demonstrated on the slide to reflect these changes. The second criteria with major changes is non-motorized transportation. This includes a circulation plan, which shows a 5-foot sidewalk connection, as we can see in red, and also shows the original 10-foot wide secondary commuter trail indicated in blue. This trail extends from Roundup Drive near the southwest corner of the property along Flynn Lowney irrigation ditch, then continues along Nesting Lane and onto Heron's Landing Drive, where it crosses at the intersection of Heron's Landing and George Elmer, then heads north and turns on the south side of Bell Tower Road and runs adjacent to Bell Tower Road within Common Area 19 and 22 and the irrigation ditch easement. The changes to this commuter trail are now shown in green. So instead of crossing George Elmer Drive at the intersection of Heron's Landing, the trail will continue along the west side of George Elmer Drive, then crosses George Elmer north of the intersection of Heron's Landing Drive and continues north along the east side of George Elmer Drive and eventually connects with Pius Way, roughly 0.22 miles north of the subdivision. The secondary commuter trail will no longer be adjacent to Bell Tower Road within Common Area 19 and 22 and the irrigation ditch easement. The subdivider is responsible for construction of the secondary commuter trail within the Heron's Landing subdivision. Staff recommends the following changes to condition of approval number 20 to reflect the relocated secondary commuter trail. Most specifically is that the subdivider shall provide a 10-foot secondary commuter trail in the locations, dimensions, and within the rights of way and easements proposed in the preliminary plat phase subdivision submittal and approved by City Council, Most importantly, except as amended along George Elmer Drive and deleted from the subdivision frontage along Bell Tower Road, as shown in exhibit number 1. So now that we know the city has obtained the Hellgate Valley Irrigation Company, which includes portions of the Flynn Lowry Ditch irrigation, and that crosses the Herons Landing subdivision, and we know the city intends to maintain the easement and the secondary commuter trail that runs no longer along Bell Tower Road. The city authorizes and requires the subdivider to fill the open air ditch and install curb, gutter, 7-foot landscape boulevard, and 5-foot sidewalk along the Bell Tower Road frontage in Phase E1 and Phase E3. Beyond this activity that will be required by the city, no actions authorized within the irrigation ditch easement prior to executing the ditch use agreement, which is intended to establish the terms and conditions regarding access and use of the ditch easement in areas where an open ditch is likely to be converted to a piped ditch. Based on this new information, staff recommends add condition of approval number 26 as amended by memorandum number 1 dated May 6, 2022, which states the subdivider shall maintain the 20-foot irrigation ditch easements, deleted, the subdivider shall maintain the 20-foot. So just read the red, don't focus on the green, but kind of focus on the green. It got a little complicated. The irrigation ditch easements, as shown on the preliminary plat through the Herons Landing subdivision, shall be shown on the final plats and will remain. The subdivider shall fill a portion of the open air ditch and install curb gutter, 7-foot boulevard, and 5-foot sidewalks along the Bell Tower Road frontage in Phase E1 and in E3, subject to the review and approval of the city engineer prior to final plat approval of Phase E1 and Phase E3, and execute the just ditch use agreement prior to any action being taken within the ditch easement beyond what has been directed by the city within this condition. And so this evening we're here for public hearing, and then this is also going to be final consideration. And so staff is recommending approval of the phase development review of Herons Landing subdivision, phase W2 and E1, based on the amended findings of fact and conclusions of law and amended conditions of approval in the staff report as amended in memorandum number 1 dated May 6, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any presentation from the developer on this item? So we've got Ryan Salisbury. I'll allow you to talk. Are you able to unmute yourself, Ryan? There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Feels like it's just a little bit different. I don't have much of a presentation. Alex did a great job, but I figured I'd at least do an introduction in case there's questions from council. And I'll go ahead and share my screen. Is it going to allow me to share my screen here? Not seeing that option.
Sorry, I'm no help with this. I don't know if anyone.
Could I request that we get Mr. Salisbury promoted as into the meeting as a meeting panelist?
Yes, we can do that.
All right, can you try now, Ryan?
Okay. I think we've got it figured out now.
Great, we can see that. Looks good. We can see your screen, so go ahead.
Okay, and you can see the full screen then? Not okay, great. All right, thank you. As I said, for the record, my name is Ryan Salisbury. I'm a principal engineer here at WGM Group, and on the call with me today is Dustin Hover, who is the design engineer and project manager for Herons Landing. And it's not letting me change slides. So I just wanted to update. I've got a picture coming up here for those of you who were not at the LUP meeting, just to show you what the development looks like today. Phase W1 looks like. We have curb, gutter, sidewalk, and the project is phase W1 is completely built out, and building permits are in review or under review, and residential construction will start soon. And we'll be moving, depending on council's vote this evening, on W2. We've already submitted infrastructure plans, and we could be under construction on W2 as soon as the end of May of this year, pending a DEQ approval and a final release for construction approval from City Council. And E1, we would look to start construction. We won't get all of E1 done in 2022, but we hope to start the underground utilities and complete E1 in 2023. Picture of the project site this spring after it was paved. And I covered that we would be starting construction on phase W2 in May of 2022, just to show you the great progress that we're making out there and hoping to alleviate some of this housing crisis that we're experiencing. And wanted to say thank you to Alex and the city staff that helped us navigate this on very short order within a week. These phased development reviews come with statutory timeframes of how the city has to, how much time the city has to process an application. And I know everyone at the city is very busy, so thank you for your efforts to meet that statutory requirement. And we had conversations with city staff about the ditch use agreement and understand that better, and that it does not apply to phase W2 or E1. And as Alex showed on her screen, we had some coordination with the city in regards to the final condition language and finding of fact language, and clarified that the shared use path that the Herons Landing developer is responsible for only lies within the Herons Landing development boundaries and does not extend off-site of Herons Landing. And that's all I had. So thank you. And I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. So first, following our format, is there any public comment on this item? If so, come up to the podium. I'm not seeing any raised hands. Are there any questions from council on this item? Mr. Hess.
I just wanted to confirm from Alex and Ryan that the questions that were raised in LUP on, I guess it was on whatever it was last week on the 4th, were adequately addressed and resolved to mutual satisfaction?
I believe so, yes. The memo that was sent out last Friday on May 6th should have covered all pieces that both parties wanted to discuss.
Yes, and if I might weigh in, yeah, that memo does address our concerns and has condition language that we can work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, did you have your hand raised?
I did, Madam Chair. Thanks so much. I guess mine, in reading through the memo dated May 6th, in the second criteria in regards to the secondary commuter trail, Mr. Salisbury did note that it's only within the Herons Landing that they're responsible for. It does seem like that there's some language crossing out that where it interconnects with. So I just want to make sure that this is their portion of a more contiguous trail within the larger subdivision. But that this just clarifies who's responsible for what portion of the actual building of it, but that it does actually connect within the larger trail, within the larger subdivision. Is that my understanding correctly on that?
Staff, were you able to address that?
I believe, let me know if I don't answer this correctly for you. So a part of it derived from, in the actual finding of fact of the staff report, we used descriptions, specifically the 0.22 north to Pius Way, as merely just to kind of help paint a picture of where it was going and how it was all interconnecting. So we've just added clarifying language in the finding of fact in the condition so that it's clear that the developer is only responsible for what's happening in Heron's Landing, and that those that description to Pius Way was merely just to point out like where the commuter trail was changing and how it was changing. Does that answer your question?
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, it does. I just, knowing that this is a small piece of a larger puzzle, wanting to make sure it all interconnects. So that was just my only clarifying question. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Becerra?
Thank you. And I want to thank staff. Alex, thanks for all the details, for the detailed staff report. One of the, as you might recall, one of the agency comments from our stormwater division had to do with phasing of mass grading and how in other subdivisions in the area, this has caused, significant issues of air quality and pollution and dust due to the composition of the soils in this area. And I see that in the staff report that was addressed as finding of fact number 21, which includes a sentence about the health department working with the subdivider on finding best practices to avoid the situation in the future. But I'm wondering why that didn't result in a condition of approval. Is it because this is not considered new information? Or can you explain a little bit why we couldn't turn this language into a condition where we only say that something like the subdivider will work or shall work or will work with health department staff to be appraised of the best practices to avoid that situation in the future? Just wonder if you can clarify why we couldn't turn that into a condition of approval.
Yes, thank you. There's a couple components to that. Firstly, I think it kind of came out, there's this phase development happening for Heron's Landing and Remington Flats, which you all saw a couple weeks ago, was also happening at the same time. And so the comments from Tracy Chapman with the stormwater department was about mass grading where they have received complaints. And so for the Remington Flats, maybe Dave has more info. I'm not too familiar with that project, but I think that there were issues with mass grading at that location that may or may not have resulted in a violation. I'm not sure. And that's why it was addressed a little bit differently in that one, whereas this one, the Heron's Landing subdivision didn't have mass grading. There weren't complaints specific to this subdivision. So we didn't have it any further expanded on for the Heron's Landing like we did the Remington. So I added the finding of fact in there. So that's kind of the one piece of it. And then secondly, after we received the comment from Tracy Chapman about kind of the issues in that area, we looked it over with the city attorney, Ryan Sudbury, and it's not necessarily that that's per se new information. They have their normal regulations that I don't know again what it looks like or the detail, but the stormwater has that their plan and their regulations and that tied into air quality with Missoula County as well, that they can just in fact actually actively implement, that it doesn't need to be tied to as a condition of approval for this. Because the new information has to be like maybe, for example, the air quality department has new regulations in their code that is further requiring higher standards or however that looks. Again, not air quality specialist, but there wasn't any new information in this case. So there wasn't a way for us to add a condition of approval tying it to that. It's more that they need to implement their code and it should be covered.
Ms. Becerra, did you need to follow up or is that?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I just want to better understand, does the new information have to be specific to the subdivision in question, or can it include environmental issues that affect the area in general? And the reason I ask is because while this subdivision hasn't been the source of complaints, I think as a preventative measure in the future, knowing what we know now, that when you have a significant amount of development taking place, if we're not careful with how mass grading takes place, that will very likely result in air quality issues and complaints to both the city health department and city council. And so as a preventative way, since we have that finding of fact in the staff report, it would seem logical to me to tie it to a condition of approval that doesn't require anything more than what that finding of fact is stating, which is collaboration or, passing of information from the health department to the subdivider, just a way to tie the two, a finding of fact to a condition of approval. It doesn't require anything that would financially be burdensome to the subdivider, I don't think, but I'm happy to be corrected and educated on it. I just think it's important for us to think about being preventative when we know that this is a likely condition to happen in this area. So while not happening with the subdivision per se, we now have new information about this being an issue in this area.
Thanks.
Maybe Dave can possibly explain it better, but I think that the difference is we do have this new information, but if maybe in 2-3 years, for example, we have this information, they've updated their codes and it's now part of the regulations, and that would be maybe new information where we could tie it to a condition. But from the time that the phased development was approved to now, in that realm of new information, nothing has changed, but perhaps I'm not explaining that very well. Dave, do you have any additional information?
Sure. Thanks, Alex. Dave DeGrand with Development Services. I just would add, I think it's possible that we could have inserted a condition because there are some impacts that have been noted on a nearby subdivision, not this one, but another one. However, it also brought to light, I think, we were in coordination with our stormwater and air quality partners at the city and the county, and they indicated to us that actually we do have the tools in place to protect air quality and also to protect water quality through stormwater controls, and that we probably just needed to be doing a better job of actually coordinating with developers and enforcing those things. So to me, that was the biggest issue. The reason it didn't result in an additional condition is because, again, we do have the tools, the enforcement mechanisms, and now it's on everyone's radar because of potential infractions nearby. And so we felt like that was a sufficient approach at this time.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Becerra?
Just one final comment, and that is that I agree with you. I think we do have the tools, but they haven't, it puts the responsibility completely on our staff and health department to be tracking when the grading is happening and being able to enforce it. And as we know, we don't have the capacity to be so vigilant on when the grading is happening. And so a condition, in my opinion, would put the responsibility on both the subdivider and our subdivision, because it would have to be in communication more consistently, and it would allow time for staff to be able to go and enforce the regulations that we do have in place. But I don't want to bring anything at the 11th hour. I just would ask Ryan, thank you so much for being available to answer questions, and just would ask the developer to really communicate with our staff on this issue so that we avoid any potential violations, but also neighborhood complaint. This is an area that's getting hammered with construction and development. And so anything that we can do to alleviate it and keep their air quality as healthy as possible is a concern of mine. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Hess.
Thank you. I would move approval of the phase development review of Heron's Landing subdivision, phase W2 and E1 for the property legally described as parcel 1 and 2 of certificate of survey number 5963, located in section 13, township 13 North, range 20 West, principal meridian, Montana, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, and subject to the amended findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the staff report, and as amended in memorandum number 1 dated May 6th, 2022. I'd like to speak to the motion.
One moment, let me call for public comment first, and then we will come back to you. Is there any public comment on the motion that is now in order, that is on the floor? I'll check for virtual attendance. If you want to speak to this motion and give public comment, please raise your hand. Not seeing any, so back to you now, Mr. Hess, for comments on the motion from council.
Thanks. And I appreciate the thorough staff report and the comments from the applicant team. This is straightforward. This is a new requirement that the legislature added to subdivision review, this phase development review, and it's kind of inserts a step in the process. But I think that based on the staff report, I see no reason not to move forward with this approval, and appreciate all the work that went into this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I will just add that council has received quite a few emails with pictures from the original construction when the first section was started. So I completely understand Ms. Becerra raising the comment of how can we control the dust, because with the first phase, it was an issue, and we heard from a lot of constituents who live right in that area. So I think we are definitely asking for some help with this. Mr. Nugent?
Again, Madam President, I think that those complaints actually came from a subdivision on the other side of the 44 Ranch subdivision, not the first phase of this one. But Jordan,
Is that correct?
That's my impression.
Okay, then we'll retract that, but I do think the issue of dust is huge out there, and especially as we probably head into a very dry summer. So I appreciate the comments made by Ms. Becerra to see what tools are out there, but the best that they're able to work with staff and keep the dust down would be very helpful. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote on this item.
All right, voting on the phase development review for phase W2 and E1 of Heron's Landing, beginning with Councilman Carlino,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Nugent,
yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Vasika,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
and Becerra.
Yes.
And that is unanimous with 12 votes in favor.
Thank you. That item passes. We have one last item tonight. It is the opening the hearing on the Expo Parkway rezone. I think it would be good to just take a 5 to 6 minute break. We've been going for a long time. How about we take 10 minutes? Everyone hit the restroom, and we will reconvene at 7:50 and here Expo Parkway.
Almost everything that comes through is just yes, unanimous yes. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I'm well aware of how that's less. Yeah. Exactly. I don't know if that's. I don't know if I believe it as much. That's maybe. I do see that the rest of the rest of think of a question there.
I'm going to call our meeting back to order. Thanks, Claire. If you guys can all turn your screens on. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. It's a long meeting tonight. I appreciate your patience. The last item is to open the public hearing on the Expo Parkway rezone. So we will start off with just to let everyone know, we'll have staff presentation and then the developer can have comments and then we will take public comment, and public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. And we'll be pretty strict about that. And then if there's any questions from council, we'll do that. However, I will say this will be back in Land Use and Planning Committee. And Mr. Hess, you had an update on scheduling regarding
Yeah,
that.
I have a scheduling issue that became aware of. So I don't know exactly when we'll schedule this yet, but it'll likely be in late May or early June. And we'll just make sure that we work with work with the applicant team and with staff and interested parties and make sure that it's well noticed. I should be able to announce that at the meeting next week as well. But so it'll be kicked off a little bit farther than the 18th.
All righty, thank you for that. So yes, we'll start it tonight. If you are going to give public comment tonight, that is greatly appreciated. I would ask that people try to keep in mind when they give their public comment, give us their public comment, say it. It would be good to not repeat the same public comment for the several times that council hears this item, to not be repetitive. So just keep that in mind for when you do want to provide that. All right, so we will go to staff for presentation.
All right, thanks, Councilor Jones. I'm Dave DeGrandpre with City of Missoula Development Services, and I'm pulling up the slideshow right now. How's that?
If you can, we can see your side.
Oh, I see.
So, yep, you can make it bigger.
How about now?
That looks excellent. Thanks, Dave.
All right, thanks for your patience. Again, Dave DeGrandpre with Development Services. And this is a request to rezone property at 2900, 2920, and 2990 Expo Parkway to RM1-45. And so to set the stage a little bit, I'd like to provide a little bit of context. So zoning amendments are based on state law and Missoula Title 20. That's our city zoning ordinance. Unlike subdivisions and annexations, there are no conditions of approval. It's either a thumbs up or a thumbs down vote. And also please keep in mind that approval of a rezoning is not the same thing as approval of a site plan. It would simply change the zoning map to a different zoning district than the zoning district or districts that are currently in effect. The subject property is located just north of I-90 near the intersection with I-90 and Grant Creek Road. There are two parcels, both a north parcel and south parcel, that are a total of 44 acres in size. The property is a former gravel pit with steep slope and an irrigation ditch on the west side of the property. And the property is accessed from two city streets, Stonebridge Drive and also Expo Parkway. This slide is meant to show you where the property is located within the city limits. So city limits are shaded in red, and you can see address points that are pointed out in red, and also undeveloped ones in green. And then with the star, there is the subject property. There are several hundred homes north of Grant Creek. I think it's over 600 address points, at least north of this property in the Grant Creek drainage. The property is served by city water and city sewer. Surrounding residential development includes several different types. To the south is highway-oriented commercial. So there are 3 hotels, a restaurant, a couple of lots farther down that are zone C1-4. That's a commercial zoning district, a higher intensity commercial zoning district. So it's highway-oriented commercial really along Interstate 90 or just north of Interstate 90. On the property, there are 2 multi-dwelling buildings that have been built so far. 4 have been permitted total. Total units, I believe, that have constructed are 141. Total units that have been permitted are 146. To the east of the property are smaller scale condominiums, the Cottonwood Condominium Complex. To the southeast, restaurants, hotels. We have a convenience store across Grant Creek Road, city open space and trails. Immediately to the east of the property, there's a 4-story Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation warehouse, and then the Elk Foundation headquarters. And then to the north, our single-family residential home. So, in my view, you have highway-oriented, more commercial or more heavy commercial along the interstate, and then multi-dwelling to the east and single to the north. The current zoning is a mix. It's an interesting situation where the property itself has several different zoning designations. On the north property, there are 3, in fact. There's an R5.4 to the north, and that's a single-family type residential district. The bulk of the property located in the light brown, or shown in the light brown, is RM135. That's a residential multifamily district, so a higher density residential district. And to the south, C14, this is a highway oriented commercial type zoning. And then there's also B2, that's a neighborhood type business on the property. So several different zoning districts on the parcels, which creates an interesting situation, because under Title 20, that's our zoning ordinance, when a parcel is zoned with more than one designation, what happens is the most restrictive zoning effectively applies. So what that means in this situation is the north property, although the vast majority of it, again, has a zoning designation of RM135, again, that's multifamily. Under Title 20, the most conservative or most restrictive zoning is R5.4. So that applies to the majority of the property. Again, that's a single family residential district, and I'll give you the specifications for that here in just a second. And then the southern parcel, the effective zoning is not one of the commercial zoning designations that apply, but the multifamily, the RM1-35. So this is kind of a unique attribute of Title 20, is that when you have a split zoned parcel, as we call it, or a parcel with more than one zoning designation, the stricter applies. And so I'd like to just provide some information on the current development potential of the property under the existing zoning. So in the north parcel, I mentioned the R5.4 is the predominant or effective zoning. And so this is a single family type residential district with a minimum parcel area and minimum area per dwelling unit of 5,400 square feet, maximum height of 35 feet. And ultimately, after the gross development that can be permitted on the property under the current rules is 156, it would be single family, typically dwelling units on the north parcel. The south parcel is again the multifamily zoning, the RM1-35. That permits a variety of different housing types. So single family dwellings, duplexes, apartment buildings, or multifamily dwellings, mixed use, etc. Minimum parcel area is 3,000 square feet. Minimum area per unit or per dwelling unit is 1,000 square feet. This also has a 35-foot maximum height, just like the R5.4. And after all the math is done, what it boils down to is about 339 dwelling units that could possibly, gross dwelling units, I'll say, that could be developed on that southern parcel. And so you add those together, and it's about 495 dwelling units under the current zoning that could be permitted. But I have a big caveat with that number, and that is it doesn't take into account, those are gross numbers, which don't take into account things like the area needed for roads, parking, landscaping, things like that. So I think that's a high number, but let's just use 495 under the current zoning as a baseline. And we can compare that with what's proposed under the zoning. So again, proposed is RM1-45. That's also a residential district, a multifamily. Just like the RM135, it allows single dwellings, duplexes, multifamily dwellings, and mixed use type development. It has the same minimum parcel area and minimum area per unit as the RM135. Really, the only difference is the maximum height. The current zoning allows buildings up to 35 feet. The RM145 allows them up to 45 feet. So when you do all the math, what it boils down to is, again, gross dwelling units of just under 1,200. But again, I would very much like to emphasize that that figure is gross. It doesn't take into account parking, circulation, landscaping, activity area, or kind of parkland on site, things like that. And I know it feels a little silly to be talking about these gross figures. I feel a little bit silly talking about them, but in order to really understand what can be developed on the site, you'd have to develop a very detailed site plan meeting all the codes, and we don't have that capability, and that's not our practice here at the city. That's the developer's realm. And so there's a little bit of history to this, as I'm sure at this point you all know. So KJA Development, the current applicant, applied to rezone this property to RM 145 in 2000, the year 2000, and that was not approved. That zone change was not approved by council. At that time, council raised concerns and voiced concerns about several different items, some question about growth policy compliance. There was concern about only one ingress and egress from the Grant Creek drainage in the event of an emergency like a wildfire. Lack of safe non-motorized transportation facilities in the area. Existing traffic issues and the potential, there was just uncertainty about the developer mitigating those transportation impacts. And then also discussion and concern about some of the city's growth policy or long-range planning goals related to climate change, in particular, things like single occupancy vehicle trips, auto emissions, and things along those lines. So the developer again is applying for the same designation today, the RM 145. So what's changed? I guess, in my view, housing demand has continued to outpace the supply. Now there are dwellings that have been built and permitted on the south parcel, and I think that's relevant or important because you can see the type of development, you can see the architectural design and kind of how it looks and feels. I can imagine something like that continuing northward. So at least you get a sense of it. But maybe more importantly, the transportation facilities are a little bit better. Back in 2000, there were only 2 southbound lanes toward the I-90 interchange when you're headed south on Grant Creek. Now there are 3. There's also a bike lane that's been added. The developer has petitioned into the Urban Transportation District, which is the first step toward providing transit. Transit is not available today at this location, but the first step, of course, is to get into the tax district so that taxes can be collected. And I know that Mountain Lion is currently undergoing a strategic planning process, although we don't know that this development will be brought in. So, and then a couple other items. The city is developing a trail system to the east in the Bluebird Recreation Area, which is just across Grant Creek Road. And the developer has done some additional work in the meantime. There was concern cited regarding public safety, evacuation, things like wildfire, things like that. So the developer commissioned a risk analysis and fire protection and emergency plan that's included with the application materials. And also the developer has provided more refined and modified plans to address some of the issues that were brought up during the public hearing process back in 2020. One of the things the developer has submitted is a development agreement. And so a development agreement has been used by the city in the past, but is not something that we commonly see. It is a contract between the city and an applicant that runs with the land. In this case, the developer has provided a detailed site plan along with this development agreement that proposes a maximum of 700 dwelling units in 4-story type apartment buildings and also lower density condominium type units. So again, under the zoning, gross number that could be permitted, the RM 145 is 1,185 roughly, and the developer is proposing to limit that here to 700. The site plan and the development agreement also include things like a community center, recreation areas, hiking trails, community garden, and other kind of facilities for hiking trails actually could be used by the public under this agreement, but most of the facilities would be internal to the residents of the development. But what I would really like to emphasize to you when you're considering this is the rezoning that's on the table really must be decided based on whether the request meets the review criteria under state law and our local rules. So I guess what I'm saying is the development agreement is nice. It's nice to see what the developer is actually proposing, but in making this decision, it's important to review the request on its merits. Does it comply sufficiently with the review criteria that you have, or does it not, regardless of the development agreement? And it did not weigh into staff's assessment and our recommendation. So I'd like to go into a few of the review criteria. Again, under state law and local regulations, we have review criteria for judging whether a rezone is appropriate and should be approved. things like compliance with our growth policy, effects on public services and transportation, whether the growth allowed under the zoning would be compatible, whether the zoning would promote public health and safety, et cetera. And so I'm going to just discuss a few of those right now. The staff report evaluates those in detail and provides more information. And if you'd like me to go into staff's impression of compliance with the review criteria, I'd be happy to later. But in the interest of time and to allow the public to comment, I'll move through more quickly. But I do really want to focus on compliance with the growth policy, because I think this is certainly one of the most important. And so the growth policy is a guide for where development and what types of development are appropriate. And it includes a whole lot of goals, of objectives, of policies, of things that that the community would like to become. It's an aspirational document, but also provides some real guidance. And in particular, in my view, the most important element of the growth policy when thinking about development review, particularly something like a rezone, is the future land use map. And this is a snippet from the future land use map. And so the text surrounding the future land use map and the growth policy says something I think is very interesting. And it says the future land use map is a visual representation of the culmination of goals, policies, and objectives of the growth policy. And so to me, what that means is you take all of these policy statements, all these aspirational statements, and then boil it down to a map to show where certain types of development are appropriate and warranted. And so this map shows the property in a red outline, or two different properties. And the vast majority of it is residential. It has a designation of residential high, which means residential high density development greater than 24 dwelling units per acre is what's recommended on it's 87% of the property. And then the remainder of the property, about 5.6 acres, is recommended as regional commercial and services. And so residential high, as you can imagine, just like it sounds, it's where things like apartments, high density development is deemed appropriate under the growth policy. Regional commercial and services is more like highway oriented commercial, things like auto dealers or manufacturing or hotels or restaurants, things like that. So that was the vision laid out in the growth policy when it was adopted in 2015. And so under those growth policy designations, those are big picture type designations, umbrella type designations. And underneath those, there are zoning districts that are deemed appropriate or relatable, as the growth policy calls them. And so under the residential high greater than 24 dwelling units per acre, the growth policy cites 4 different zoning designations that are appropriate: RM 135, RM 145, which is what the developer is proposing here, RM 1.5 and 0.5. And then over the regional commercial and services that was pink on that map, it has 3 different commercial and industrial designations, and also on public lands and institutional, sorry. One thing I'd like to point out to you about the regional commercial services designation and the 3 commercial industrial zoning districts that are deemed appropriate in the growth policy is those 3 with the red asterisks permit residential development up to 43 dwelling units per acre. So although they recommend, the overall recommendation is for some sort of commercial type of development, the implementing zoning districts also allow higher density residential development, just like the left column and those 4 different zoning designations. So in the staff report, we go through quite extensively compliance with the growth policy, looking at that criteria. And we believe that the RM 145 substantially complies with the growth policy future land use map for several reasons. One is that 87% of the property is designated as residential high density greater than 24 dwelling units per acre. RM 1-45 is an implementing district, is a zoning district that's deemed appropriate for this residential high growth policy designation. The allowed residential density is the same density also allowed in the regional commercial and services future land use map designation. That was the pink designation. So overall, this proposal seems to comply quite well with the growth policy future land use map. The growth policy is not only the future land use map, of course. There are also several other goals, objectives, and policy statements. But the main theme of the growth policy is a focus inward approach. And that's one of the reasons that I showed, one of the first maps I showed was where city limits are. So this property clearly is not within the urban core, but is served by city services. Already the development is served by city water, city sewer, police, fire, road maintenance. This zone change would support many of the city's housing goals. It's true, though, that some services don't currently exist. Again, there's no transit. Developed public parks in the area are lacking. Neighborhood commercial, it's not as though there's a grocery store, within a quarter mile or something like that. So some services and facilities currently are not available. But the developer can be required, I guess, a couple of things. So one, on those services, there's a question of if there's a greater demand, will those services emerge? Will private business, if there are enough residents there, will private business come to provide those services? Will trails be developed? Will parks be developed if there's demand? And then with regard to public safety, the developer can be required to provide transportation improvements, safety improvements during the building permit process. So when considering all these things, staff found that this rezoning proposal substantially complies with the growth policy, and which is our recommendation leads to our recommendation for approval in the staff report. Again, there are other criteria for rezoning, not only compliance with the growth policy, and the staff report details those thoroughly, I think. And so I guess I'd refer you to that, and would have a few more slides. So I'd like to get to those. Although if you'd like me to address our view on compliance with these other criteria, I'd be happy to. But ultimately, staff is recommending approval of adoption of an ordinance to rezone the property to RM 145 based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. Decision won't be made tonight, of course. The planning board heard this back in April, considered this request, and did not approve a motion to rezone the property. It was a really interesting discussion. It was thorough, also subtle. There are a lot of pros and cons to rezoning this property, and I'd like to commend your planning board. It's a city county planning board, but commend them for the thought and effort they put into it. Again, there were varying views, and so you can find that in the minutes and also the planning board summary. But ultimately, the board did not vote to approve the rezoning. Rezoning has an interesting protest provision under state law. And so this is for municipal zoning, not county zoning, but in municipal zoning law, if protest petitions are signed or received by owners of 25% or more of the lots or condominium type units within 150 feet of the property, then at least 2/3 of the present and voting members of council are needed to approve a zone change. So in this case, we've counted 58 property owners within 150 feet of the subject property. 23 valid protests have been submitted, so that's just under 40%. Actually, we received one more protest today. I haven't had the chance to verify it according to our list, but in any event, the threshold is met. So more than 25% of landowners protested. So that means a super majority or 2/3 majority would be required to approve this zone change. And so that concludes my presentation for now, but I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Dave. So next in the queue, we have comments by the developer. So why don't you come on up and state your name for the record and have the floor.
Yeah. I'm not sure who to look at. You're all there and you're all right here. So I'll just keep my head down and read.
Whatever works for
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
Spencer Woith with Woith Engineering, 3860 O'Leary. Thank you, Counselor, for the opportunity to present this project tonight. Dave did a good job, and we'll touch on a few things. The team on this project is comprised of Woith Engineering, Hoffman Morgan, and Ken Alt, or KJA, as the developer. Ken has developed a number of projects in Missoula and is currently the builder of the existing multifamily projects that you will see in our presentation. We're here this evening to request the property be rezoned to RM 145, and Mr. Alt is voluntarily entering into a development agreement which will place restrictions on his property and help to address the community concerns. We will quickly reiterate the merits of Mr. Alt's request to RM 145. As Dave said, Grant Creek Village encompasses 2 parcels at the mouth of Grant Creek drainage adjacent to I-90 in a former gravel pit. Our Missoula 2035 approved by the Missoula City Council on November 23rd, 2015, uses the criteria discussed at depth within the document to recommend a land use of residential high density for both parcels. Residential high density, as Dave said, 24 to 43 dwelling units per acre, and the relatable zoning districts are 135, 145, 15, and 05. One key that I want to talk about, RM 135 and RM 145 both have the same density calculations of 43 dwelling units per acre. So the difference between RM 145 and RM 135 does not give the developer any ability to go any more dense. The only thing it allows is to go to 45 feet. We specifically want the 45 foot, again, so no more unit counts, but we get the opportunity to create open space and create a good development by adding that 4-story. It is important to reiterate also, this future land map is a graphical representation of the goals and objectives of the growth policy. The map was created through a public process of focus groups, steering committees, neighborhood council, planning board, and ultimately adopted by the city council. Mr. Alt's parcel also falls within the boundary of the 1980 Grant Creek area plan. In Montana, neighborhood plans are approved by local governments as an extension of the growth policy document. So it's very important to consider the 1980 area plan. Grant Creek Village was split into 2 recommended land uses in that 1980 plan, high density single family on the north and medium density multifamily. If you look at the overlay of the Title 20 compared to the 1980 area plan, it provides an important context to the existing zoning. Additionally, this has been in place for 42 years and has been planned for high density development. You can see how Title 20 district boundaries are closely related to the 1980 with the R5.4 and the RM 135. The majority of the property being zoned to multifamily as envisioned by 1980 plan and the growth policy. The property was zoning, as it was approved by council, would allow for 1,100 units to be constructed. However, or 1,185 based on Dave's calculations. However, as Dave mentioned, the quirk in Title 20 creates a split zoning and essentially down zones the parcel entirely to R5.4. And that creates a direct conflict with our Missoula 2035. We can compare the extent of the proposed development to the existing zoning districts to understand why the request to rezone to RM 145. You can see the smaller buildings on the northern region, the development as envisioned by 1980 and the R5.4 designation that is the current zoning on the northern parcel. However, as previously stated again, that prohibits the parcel with 2 zoning districts. So the northern parcel would be entirely zoned R5.4, bringing it out of compliance with 1980 plan and the R Missoula plan. Our proposed development would comply with the existing zoning districts without a split zoning provision. So that is why we're requesting RM 145. To show our commitment to the development agreement, we have executed a copy of the development agreement. It's been signed and notarized by the developer, and I can give it to someone. In response to the community concerns, we're voluntarily entering into this development agreement with the city and placing restrictions on both parcels. The development agreement will restrict Grant Creek Village to 700 dwelling units. This will limit the density to 15.89 dwelling units per acre, which actually falls below our Missoula 2035 recommendation, but is very much in line with the original 1980 plan. Next door, Cottonwood condominiums have a similar density in the medium density multifamily category. Next, we want to highlight a few of the provisions in the development agreement as provided. The development agreement was created in response to community concerns voiced at both prior rezone hearings and several meetings with Mr. Alt and Friends of Grant Creek. I will go through these quickly. A limit of 700 maximum dwelling units, the intent to build a pool, a no build zone and open space and hiking trails on the hillside, construct a playground on the parcel and dedicate a large contiguous open space in the center of the development. And that was, again, comes back to our RM 145 zoning allows us to create this large parcel in the middle and still maintain the density. You can see the scale when compared to a football field. There was concerns about pet controls, so committed to building a fenced dog run for pet exercise and dog waste stations throughout the development. Another community concern was the lack of public transit in the area. And this is a tough one. It's the chicken or the egg. No one's going to drive, the bus is not going to come to a vacant gravel pit. So we've got to find a way to create the density and to create the ability and the desire for Mountain Line to go there. I understand their lack of funding doesn't allow them to go everywhere we want them to go. So we came up with a different option. We reached out to the Missoula Urban Transportation District, we reached out to, or David said we did petition so that we're paying taxes in for this. So in addition, we reached out to the Missoula Rivali Transportation Management Association, or MRTMA, and to come up with an idea to try and reduce the single occupancy vehicle trips as much as we possibly can. We've committed with them, and there is a letter that was provided, that we're dedicating some spaces and they will commit vans for a rideshare program, with the idea that if there's enough ridership on there, we can prove that there is capacity for Mountain Line to serve this area. The development will provide co-working space in the central clubhouse and will allow these remote jobs to work somewhere other than their home without needing to drive to a library, coffee shop, or other co-working space. There's been some questions about neighborhood character. And one of the things we want to make sure is to touch on, we're providing increased setbacks as part of our development agreement to mitigate some of these concerns. The development agreement will require 115 feet of a setback from Prospect from the single family development to the north, 30-foot setback from the Cottonwood condos and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation on the east. Due to a utility easement along the east boundary, the Cottonwood condos are actually set 40 feet back from the property line. So in the end, these buildings will have a separation of 70 feet. It already includes mature trees and landscaping. Finally, we're committed to improving crosswalks in the area to mitigate connectivity issues in the existing infrastructure. And deficient, as Dave mentioned, deficient infrastructure can also be addressed and required at building permit. A traffic study has been provided as part of our submittal, and we continue to work with city and their staff to address all of their concerns and their questions. But we can break this down very simplistically and based on different build-out scenarios. As shown on the screen, you will see the daily traffic counts based on our proposed development agreement criteria. 700 multifamily units create 3,808 daily trips. Based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers analysis, single-family residences produce 9.52 average daily trips, where a low-rise apartment unit produces 6.59 daily trips. Because of this, under the existing zoning, accounting for the split zoning provision, which effectively downzones the property, a development built under existing zoning would produce 3,320 daily trips. These 3,300 can be built out as the zoning stands today. So we have an increase, we are proposing an increase of 42% in overall residential unit counts at an increase of only 14.7% of daily traffic counts. I think there's another point that we need that has not been brought up when it comes to the road infrastructure in the area. Grant Creek Road was constructed from Stonebridge south to have one lane. Grant Creek was constructed south of Stonebridge to have one lane going north, a turn lane, and one lane going south. This allows, in an emergency situation, the ability for 2 lanes of egress while still maintaining 1 lane for emergency personnel to enter into the canyon. And this only is from our 2 access points to the interstate. And then when you go further north, it turns back into a 2-lane road. Another thing that we haven't touched on is that all developments in the city of Missoula are required to pay impact fees. Based on our build out, the proposed build out would contribute slightly over $1 million to the city, with roughly $630,000 going to address transportation related issues. So the city can request us to improve things at building permit, and we would be required to do that. And also, they would still get $630,000 to address other traffic-related issues in the area. As you can see on the next few slides, there has been 2 buildings already built just off of Expo Parkway, and these buildings are the model for what we hope to continue the rest of the development. These renderings show the vision for the development and what will be formalized through our development agreement. With that, I would like to introduce Bruce Sunrum, President of Fire Logistics. Bruce served as the Montana State Fire Marshal from 1992 to 1997, and the Chief of the Missoula Rural Fire District from 1980 to 1992, prior to starting his safety business. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Just come up and state your name. And Ms. Jordan, just make sure that that document gets to the clerk eventually. Okay, just make sure it gets to the clerk so it can be submitted on the record. Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Bruce Sunrum, S-U-E-N-R-A-M. I'm president of Fire Logistics and was contracted to do the fire protection analysis and emergency management plan for Grant Creek Village. The slide that you're looking at is based on the Missoula County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And it indicates in the project area that the hazard is wildland urban interface. And I'd just like to point out that that hazard is very similar to other areas in the community, such as the University of Montana, Walmart on Brooks, Walmart on Mullen Road, and the Missoula County Airport. And so this plan is a broad brush of the wildland urban interface hazard that is associated with this project. The next slide is a closer view of the area, and you can see that it is split slightly by low and wildland urban interface classification and a wildland urban intermix classification, which is again similar to lots of areas around the community. The next slide is based on a national product that we looked at for classification of wildland urban interface, and it's the wildland fire risk to communities site developed by the Forest Service. Again, that shows that it is a low to moderate hazard, again similar to areas like Patty Canyon or Lower Rattlesnake. Again, the Walmart on Brooks and the Missoula County Airport. So, I mean, this is just an indication of the areas that are around the Missoula Valley that are classified in a very broad way by the models that were developed to classify the interface hazard. Again, a low to moderate hazard for this project area. Next slide. So I had the opportunity to meet with your staff, Chief Gordy Hughes and his staff at the fire department. I had the opportunity to work with Adrian Beck at Missoula County Emergency Management, and we met with the sheriff's office and the police department to talk about how we could approach this project. Met with the fire department guys and got their requirements for the project. And we, with the sheriff's office and emergency management and the police department, to discuss the emergency management strategies for how we would conduct an evacuation in Upper Grant Creek and how this project would impact those evacuation routes. And the general consensus was that if there was an evacuation in Upper Grant Creek, this would be the last area to be evacuated and would not impact the evacuation of during a fire in Upper Grant Creek. Some of the strategies that are referenced in the for evacuation are highlighted in the fire and risk emergency plan that's in the document. Just some key points that you keep in mind from a fire protection perspective. The wildland urban interface designation is comparable to much of the urbanized area of the city of Missoula. The wildfire hazard assessment risk is also comparable to much of the city of Missoula. Within the Grant Creek Village development itself, once that area is developed, there's going to be very little risk within the project area itself. Higher risk areas up the Grant Creek will need to be evacuated first, certainly, but there is a very low likelihood that the Grant Creek Village would ever need to be evacuated. All buildings in the Grant Creek Village are going to be equipped with automatic fire sprinklers. So some of the issues raised from a fire protection perspective are immediately mitigated by having automatic fire sprinklers. So the developer's request for 200 additional units, as he's proposing in the development agreement, is not going to increase the risk from a wildfire perspective to the community. The proposed zone change is not going to change the risk at all. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. And now I'd like to introduce Alan McCormick, legal counsel for the project.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. McCormick.
Good evening. My name is Alan McCormick. I'm an attorney with Garlington Lana Robinson, and I represent KJ&A Development. You've heard a lot about the quirk tonight, about zoning. And it's a real thing. Those of you who were in Missoula, most of you were in Missoula when we did Title 20, converting it from Title 19 to Title 20. You'll recall the consistent mantra, we're not changing anybody's zoning. It didn't turn out to be quite correct because of this quirk. This quirk effectively downzones this property without providing due process to the property owner to allow the property owner to know that was going to happen and then say something about it. And so that's part of what this request is today, is to fix that quirk, restore the zoning back to what it was prior to that enactment of Title 20. So when you're talking about code reform, watch out for this so that we don't repeat the mistake with the next code reform. State law says your growth policy is not regulatory, but that's a bit of a legal fiction. In and of itself, the document is not regulatory, but your zoning must substantially comply with the growth policy. And because of this quirk in Title 20, it actually downzoned the property and took it out of compliance, substantial compliance with the growth policy. And this request would restore that. Here's something else to watch out for in your code reform: PUDs. When we talk about this development agreement and the genesis of it, you might be thinking, and you've seen public comments, that this would have better been done as a PUD, because PUDs do allow you to put conditions on the ultimate approval of a PUD. Here's why we couldn't do it. Your current code only allows PUDs on a project involving one parcel of land. So although this has two parcels of land and they're owned by the exact same person who's already building the style of units on the lower parcel that are going to be built on the northern parcel, couldn't use the PUD process because your regulations don't allow it on a project involving more than one parcel. So watch out for that on your code. That'd be a really good thing to fix, because you'll increase the ability to conduct projects using a PUD type process. So where'd the development agreement come from? We heard the community very loud and clear back in 2020 who said, sure, your project, well, the project wasn't this defined, but at the time, Mr. All was suggesting he was only going to build 950-ish units, not the 1,185 that would be allowed. The community said, well, how do we guarantee that? Well, we couldn't do it through a PUD, so we looked at another opportunity and reached out to the city attorney's office and said, could we do a development agreement? We received positive feedback, so we spent the last year and a half working on the development agreement, only to find out now that maybe that's not jiving quite right with the zoning approval process. You like to know what projects are going to be built. You like to know that the project you approved is going to be built the way you approved it. That's why this voluntary development agreement is being offered to you and the city as a voluntary agreement to be basically a land use covenant. And if the city can't hold it, maybe we can find someone else who can. We met with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation multiple times. We met with Friends of Grant Creek multiple times, trying to find some common ground. Didn't find it, but found some elements that could be incorporated into a development scheme. And you're seeing some of those in the development agreement. You're seeing them in the plans that Mr. Raud is developing for the project. Again, to be clear, the development agreement is not required. It's a voluntary measure to help ensure that the project is what you see is what you get kind of a thing. We're aware there's concerns about legal issues with it. Friends of Grant Creek has suggested it's contract zoning. It's not. Contract zoning is illegal zoning because you are guaranteeing an outcome by enacting or executing a contract in advance of the public process. So you're cutting the public out of the ability to affect the outcome of the zoning. And that's illegal for those reasons. It's not happening here because we're not asking you to execute it in a promise of granting the zoning. It's important to note the impacts that are actually being considered with this proposal. You are not being asked to decide, is there going to be 0 units on the property or 700 units on the property? You're being asked to decide whether it can go from 495 units to 700 units. That's the increment we're talking about. So what is so significant about that increment that turns this project into something that's already allowed under current zoning into something that is so impactful that it shouldn't happen? And the analysis shows that it is not. Dave DeGrand-Pray's analysis does not take into consideration a cap of 700 units. It takes into consideration that there's a theoretical maximum of 1,185. He notes, and it's absolutely correct, you can never build 1,185 units on this property. You need parking lots, you need activity areas. Your zoning code requires activity areas. You need the infrastructure, you need the roads to get in and out of the project. You could never fit 1,185. So even if you don't accept a development agreement, if there's no control like that, the actual number of units that could actually be built would be somewhere closer to the 700 units being planned. More importantly, Dave DeGrand-Pray's analysis, which results in a recommendation of approval, has assumed and done the calculation, the data analysis based on 1,185 and nothing less. I'll add my own personal story. You already have all this data. We've lost staff members at our firm whose rental housing got sold out from under them to people who wanted to convert it into owner-occupied housing because they couldn't find housing. We've had multiple staff members who we've offered jobs, accept, and then turn us down because they couldn't find housing. You know this. You're being told frequently, and your staff is telling you frequently, and you're faced with this and making difficult decisions every day for this housing crunch. It's having a real world impact, so I'm adding my personal story to it. Again, I ask, what is so impactful about 200 additional units that takes this project from being acceptable under the current zoning, not acceptable under fixing the quirk? That analysis has been run. It shows that it's not. It's not so significant that it does, and it helps with the housing crisis that we have now, and it helps meet your housing goal. I'm happy to answer any questions, as are the rest of the team members, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other team members to comment? Okay, given that, next we will go to public comment on this item. We'll entertain public comment, 3 minutes per person. Please state your name on the record. Let's do the people who are physically here present in chambers first before we go to virtual commenters. So if you want to come on up and state your name in 3 minutes.
Good evening, council persons, and my name is John Langstaff. I'm a Grant Creek resident, and I'm a former captain on the Missoula Fire Department. And I wanted to speak tonight about the mission statement of the fire department. And our mission statement is save lives and protect property. That's our goal. That's our promise. I'm recommending staffing a 3-person ladder company at Station 4. Fire impact fees for additional 3-person crew are going to be expensive out payment for the city. So I'm guessing that probably the impact fees indicated for this development are way low. Anyway, ground ladders such as the 25 footers carried on our type 1 first response pumpers lose 1/3 of their vertical reach due to the angle that must be provided for safe access and rescue of people from window locations. Each Missoula fire station is staffed by 3 firefighters trained in incident command, fire attack, emergency medical skills, vertical and contained space, rescue, heavy rescue, and safety awareness. These are universally recognized skills that are critical to any emergency. Hence, the type 1 engines are always the first dispatched from any station. I wonder how many of you are aware how many fire stations we have in Missoula? 5. There's 5 zones. I don't have any high-tech videos to show you, but I would like to show you a picture of the zones. I was wondering if you could enlarge the council chamber screen there, and I would put this up as an example of what the zone 4, where this development is located, looks like.
I'm not sure if we're able to technically do that, but if you want to submit you can try and hold it up and see if that works. Okay, thank you. Great.
It's a big zone. That's the largest zone. It's also the zone where most of our multi-story apartments are located. And some of these are over 25 feet off the ground, such as the 35 that the zoning is allowed for, but not the 45 feet that they are requesting in this submission. Missoula has 2 elevated platform trucks, 148 at Station 4 on Latimer and West Broadway, and the other located at Station 3, which is at South Russell and 39th Street, which is clear across town from where this development is. So hence, those response from the ladder truck would have to come from from Station 3. And the ladder truck would require a delayed time of arrival for that platform truck into Zone 4 of an extended period. These delayed response times could put lives in jeopardy and property in danger. The proliferation of multi-story apartment complexes in both Zone 3 and 4 should require the staffing of 2 3-man truck companies at these stations. This would supply critical rescue manpower at the scene and a water tower for fire attack. It would also supply extra manpower on the fire ground and capability to man a Type 6 vehicle from each of those stations.
Mr. Langstaff, we're over 5 minutes, so I don't know if you can wrap it up quickly, but there will
Okay.
be
Yeah, I
future
will.
possibilities for public comment also.
I'm sorry, I'll wrap it up here.
That's all
Emergency
right.
rescue is a critical facet of local services infrastructure that should be provided prior to approval of any apartment complex greater than 2 stories. council and developers requesting greater than 2-story apartments by zoning are putting human lives in peril. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can submit written comments and there will be future possibility of public comment also.
Yes,
So
I'm aware of
hate to
that.
cut
And
you off.
wasn't Gordy Hughes, the fire chief, going to speak tonight?
Not tonight. He will be present at a future land use and planning meeting. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in chambers that wants to speak on this matter? Okay, great. Come on up, state your name. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. My name is Maggie Bornstein, and I am not a Grant Creek resident. And so you're probably like, why do you care so much about what's happening in Grant Creek? I live in Ward 1. I look this way to Ward 1 because I really care about housing as safety infrastructure in our community. I was so gleaned to see when the city staff recognized that this project hits the checkbox. We're promoting public health and safety and supporting our housing goals. I know, I'll say it a million times, I have so much respect and admiration for all of you for working under the circumstances that you do because we are so limited by our state. And I'm so excited for this to be an opportunity to say yes as more housing. I am really passionate about domestic and sexual violence, which is something that I think we don't often hear about as a public safety issue nor a housing issue, but the reality is that it's both. I myself have been stalked, and when looking for an opportunity to move, I looked to Daniel. We looked at maybe a 200 square foot apartment that was more than what I was paying at the time. In 2020, law enforcement in Montana responded to a domestic violence related call every 1.75 hours. And I can't even imagine how those numbers have continued to grow and change and show up in this community. That very small 200 square foot apartment was all I could really find on the market. And I know there are a lot of people here who are very passionate tonight, but I think we need to recognize that a lot of people don't get to be in this room because they work construction and they have a big job in the morning, or they don't have good access to childcare, or they're a single parent. And I think that just the opportunity for surplus, I hear you say all the time, we don't zone based on project, we zone based on opportunity and how it fits in our growth plan. I've started getting really nerdy about this because I care so much about this community, and I think everyone here too does, but I just really see this as such an awesome opportunity to create a really high impact, to promote public safety, and to make Missoula livable for all people, for all the working families that make this community such a special place. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Come on up and state your name for the record. Thanks.
My name is Glenn Slay, and I live in Grant Creek. And I'd be very interested in knowing how many of you live in Grant Creek? Any?
So we don't respond to questions, but go ahead and give your public comment.
Okay. In order to get out of Grant Creek right now, the cycle on the light at the base means that you sit there for 2 minutes and 40 seconds between green lights. The idea of evacuating in a situation like this, where we're already slow, can only get worse with the number of cars and people that we're talking about now. If you put in 700 units, it's going to average between 1.5 and 2 cars per unit. And those cannot get out of there, is in the situation that we're looking at now. The fire protection plan does not include anything north of the Elk Foundation. You've got 700 residents up Grant Creek, and that doesn't give them much of a chance to get out. All right. The 3 lanes that were discussed by the gentleman here go only as high as the Elk Foundation. Once you get past there, it's 2 lanes, it's crooked, and there is no way to get around it, and you won't get a fire truck up there. This is Class 10 protection, National Fire Bureau. which means that the closest fire truck is 7 miles from my house. It's 8 miles from the gentleman who spoke to you before. So once you get past the Elk Foundation, it's 2 lanes, and the evacuation plan calls for 2 lanes coming out. So there's no way to get fire equipment up. I think it's something that we should be spending a lot more time looking at before we decide that it's going to be okay to turn loose that many more people, more cars, more congestion in an area that can't contain it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just come on up. Thank you. State your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Matthew Harris Shears, and to start, I just want to thank my very patient 7-year-old for making it this long, and thanks for letting me cut in front of some other folks who are interested in comment. I'll keep it quick. I'm a resident of Ward 5, that's Miller Creek, and I live in an area that has some similar concerns that some of the residents here have shared about the Grant Creek area, and that includes access and especially traffic management in general, plus access during an emergency. I do mention all of this just to share that I have a similar situation. However, Missoula is currently, Missoula's housing market continues to be punishingly crushing for those looking for or in need of stable housing. Rarely does a week go by without hearing about the difficulty our friends and neighbors experience in finding safe, affordable, and available housing. Vacancy rates in the city, according to the city's own impact assessment, are unsustainable, last year dropping to a historically low 0.38%, which is far below that of a healthy housing market's 5 to 6%. What this means is that renters and potential homeowners can't find a place to live. We've already heard a few stories about folks who can't take jobs and have to move away. On a personal note, I volunteer with families and individuals experiencing homelessness, helping them try to find resources and access to housing. And I won't share any specific stories, but I can tell you that I've met with multiple families, including those with very small kids, who came here job in hand and have just exhausted their resources while just waiting to find a house that they can rent. A major issue in the city is the housing stock does not keep up with demands of our growing city. Approval of this proposal meets Missoula's stated growth policies, creating opportunities for diverse housing needs through the addition of sorely needed housing units. I mentioned that I live in Miller Creek, a neighborhood with similar concerns that I already talked about. And this project, like some others that have been discussed in my neighborhood, help meet the demands of our growing, burgeoning city, allowing multiple people to really come into, enjoy, and experience the city the way that I do. So I just hope that you all take in consideration that there are a lot of impacts, while absolutely valid, expressed by my neighbors in Grant Creek. I feel them having similar concerns living in Miller Creek. However, I don't think that we should sacrifice the needs of every neighbor in this city when there's so much evidence that this meets the overwhelming supply issue that we have here for housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, just come on up and state your name. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Walker. I'm a resident of Grant Creek and a board director of the Prospect Meadows Homeowners Association in Grant Creek, and also a member of the Friends of Grant Creek. I'm here this evening because I oppose the proposed rezoning of the properties at 2920 Expo Parkway, which would allow the developer KJA to build up to 1,100 plus dwelling units on land that is currently zoned for less than half of that number. I do not oppose the current zoning, even though it would double the population of Grant Creek and pose in and of itself serious traffic and wildfire evacuation risks to Grant Creek Canyon, which, unlike any other canyon in the Missoula area, has only one egress and one ingress. We have already seen the effects, we are seeing the effects of the increased traffic resulting from the 102 recently completed and occupied rental units at Grant Creek. Namely, we're seeing more accidents and near accidents. I personally have witnessed many of those incidences in my travels down from my home to the city or below. There are many reasons to oppose this rezoning application. But the one that I want to emphasize this evening is that the proposed rezoning and the developer's plans do not address Missoula's most pressing housing needs, namely affordable rental units and single residences for sale, single family residences for sale. There will be no affordable apartments in the Grant Creek Village. Mr. Alt has made abundantly clear that he has no interest in developing affordable housing. And the rents at Grant Creek Village, where the least expensive one-bedroom apartment rents for $1,450 a month, reflect that. Nor do his plans include any single-family homes for purchase. No houses, no townhomes, no condominiums that would add to the city's tax base and address an extreme desire for single-family homes to purchase. A project that simultaneously creates serious safety problems, especially with regard to evacuation under a fire incident, while not addressing our city's most pressing housing needs, does not make sense. Thank you for your attention, and I urge you to deny the rezoning application.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Great, come on up and state your name.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Riley Jacobson, and I am a member of the Missoula community. Hope everyone's having a good night. Very excited to be here. So let me begin by saying that in my day-to-day affairs within this community, I work for a housing nonprofit. I also serve on a board that's dedicated to affordable housing. So anytime that I hear of a development that is talking about 700 units of housing, my inner child gets very excited. It's no secret that within this community, housing is a dilemma. We have a lack of units, we have a lack of stock, we have a lack of affordability, but overall, we all share this desire to live within Missoula. It ranges from people who are living on the streets to people who are going to college, to people who are looking at this community from out of state, from other cities within Montana. And within my heart, I know that the only way we can begin to address this issue is by creating more units. Commonly in my work, I've seen a not in my neighborhood attitude. I've seen various differences in opinion to housing people, whether they live on the streets, where they live, where they live in different communities. And so for 700 units to come into existence, I think it's a great opportunity for us to not only have more people engage in the Missoula lifestyle, but also have the opportunity to go to school here, to have the opportunity to raise families here, to have the opportunity to experience what we all love about our community, to see the mountains, to see the sunrise, to get jobs, to contribute to the betterment of our society. And anything that takes away from that, to me, it would be a slight against our personal responsibility that we all share as community members to help others feel included, to help them have access to our resources, whether they live on the streets or they go to college or they live out of town. And so I ask that you take that into consideration, that you help work with the various sectors of our community, with the various boards, the various trusts, and helping creating more housing in our community, so that eventually we can start to look at things like affordability. So we can start to look at things like job infrastructure, but it really does begin with housing stock. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room that wants to comment tonight? Okay, then we're going to go to virtual attendees. And first up, we have Will Seaburn. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Go ahead, Will.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. My name is Will Seaburn. I'm a homeowner in Ward 4 for identification purposes only. I'm also a member of the Affordable Housing Resident Oversight Committee nominated by the City Council. I just want to be clear, my statements are my own and not an official comment from that committee. And I want to start out by saying that no housing development worth doing amidst our housing crisis is ever going to satisfy all of our concerns and all of the stakeholders. And the best we can do is to prioritize and balance the various competing interests. And I would submit that there is no greater need to prioritize than solving our community's housing crisis. And that's why I'm speaking in support of the Grant Creek Village rezone request for three principal reasons. One, it will meet the demand that we need in our housing crisis. Two, it conforms with our growth policy. And three, it conforms with the place to call home, the City of Missoula approved housing policy. With respect to the housing crisis, another speaker mentioned earlier just the fact that particularly in the rental market, our vacancy rates are hazardously low. And in fact, that healthy measurement we talked about before, about 5% vacancy rate being a healthy market, we actually haven't experienced that as a community, according to the Missoula Organization of Realtors, since 2018. So this is a systemic issue that we have in this community about not having enough supply in the market. And I know we're hearing a lot of voices tonight, both for and against the development, but what I want to point out is that the 700 households that will benefit from this development are not going to be able to speak here because they haven't had the chance to actually be a part of that. And I think that's an important point to take into consideration. I'm not going to belabor the points about the growth policy since I think that's been mentioned a lot already. But the one thing I would just say is I believe a growth policy should be administered consistently across similarly situated developments. And so I would have a concern as a community if we made a decision about this development that maybe we wouldn't apply to other developments based on the amount of neighborhood support or lack thereof. And finally, I just wanted to close with a line, my probably favorite line from A Place to Call Home, our comprehensive citywide housing policy that the council adopted on June 24th, 2019. And it reads this: this strategy recognizes that neighborhoods have unique needs and that as we grow as a community, we must develop thoughtfully in a way that is sustainable and equitable while maintaining community quality. Throughout this growth, no neighborhood should be asked to experience radical change, and consequently, no neighborhood should be exempt from change either. I would encourage the council to consider that when making your final determination, the importance of this equitable distribution of housing that we committed to as a community in 2019, and we have an opportunity to step up to that commitment and live up to that commitment today through this decision. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, and my name is Dodie Moquin, and I live in Upper Grant Creek, about a half a mile north of Snowball Road. And the gentleman who just spoke, I think his name was Will Seaburn, he said that no development should be asked to submit to radical change. But I say 700 units more than doubles the entire population of Grant Creek. To me, that's radical change. And we shouldn't be asked to do that. 495 units almost doubles the population of Grant Creek. We had a community meeting at Grant Creek Inn in late March, and overwhelmingly the attendees voted to stick with the existing zoning, which is Grant Creek doing their fair share. Overwhelmingly, we support the existing zoning, which really contributes to our community. And I would like that to be acknowledged, that 495 units, which almost doubles the entire population of Grant Creek, is really doing our fair share. I want to emphasize this is not affordable housing. This is not going to help your typical person who is looking for an apartment to get housing in Missoula when 1 bedroom, 1 bath goes for $14.50. That's not going to happen. And Alt is not going to lower the rent of his condos. This is not affordable housing. The biggest concern of the people in Grant Creek is one ingress, one egress. And it's just very frightening, terrifying. I've been up here since 1987. My husband and I raised 4 daughters up here. And actually from the get-go, there were 2 fire years where we put so much of our belongings in storage in Missoula because we were terrified we would not get out of here. So to continue to build 700 units, and to me, it's like, okay, so what's more important, the safety of people's lives or more housing? I used to be the transitional housing coordinator at the YWCA for 5 years. I'm very committed to building and very committed to housing people that need housing. It just doesn't work. We are the only area in Grant Creek and surrounding areas with 1 egress, 1 ingress, 1 egress. And yeah, so I would really, really, really like you to consider to deny the rezone for the safety of all of us here in Grant Creek. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we had Mike Cole. Mike, if you can unmute yourself, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little different tack here because of some issues that came up the other day. So my name is Mike Cole. I'm the project leader for the Grant Creek Wildfire Risk Task Force. We're a volunteer group of Grant Creek residents working under the direction of the Friends of Grant Creek. Based on our discussion at the LUP meeting on May 4th, I'm concerned the city council members will meet with different city and county emergency response departments and an LUP meeting later in May without having the full knowledge of what was in the wildfire presentation made at last week's LUP meeting or the ability to even review it. Most of the wildfire presentation was not recorded while all of the developers' presentation was. I believe that was just an error, so I don't have a problem with that. Some counselors were not in attendance, so they have absolutely no information from the wildfire presentation. For those that were present, there's no way to review the presentation, but they do have the option with all the rest of the land use planning meeting information that was presented in order to inform them in making a final decision on this rezone. So for instance, new information by the developer concerning wildfire risk during that meeting was countered in the wildfire presentation as misleading, but that discussion was not recorded and none of that information is available to anyone. Although the slide portion of the presentation was provided to the LUP committee ahead of time, the slides alone have no context. So luckily, a similar wildfire presentation using the same slides was made at the planning board meeting on April 19th. So I would request that that presentation, which I believe was recorded, be placed in the public record for the May 4th LUP meeting to replace the missing one and used for reference by city council members in helping them form their decision on this rezone proposal. Since the rezone proposal has an enormous amount of documentation to read, I have no idea how many counselors have actually read the 3 wildfire letters totaling 23 pages of research we produced over the past 3 years, none of which was considered in the staff report for this project, even though a good deal of it was based on city, county, state, and federal documents specific to wildfire issues in Grant Creek and Missoula. So the way we looked at it, the staff report was obviously pro-development and didn't take any of that into consideration. So you had new council members since the 2020 rezone proposal. So this issue of development in the wildland urban interface in Grant Creek specifically may be totally new to them. Without that background information from both the proponents and the opponents, how will you determine what questions to ask these departments to assure that your questions are answered? So trying to answer that question myself today, I prepared a 2-page list of questions that I would ask members of those departments if I was going to conduct an interview on those issues such as wildfire and evacuation in Grant Creek. So I'm going to send those to Councilmember Hess, and at his discretion, he can provide those to you that you can look at as a starting point to form your questions. Use all of them, use some of them, or none of them at all. That's your choice. I would also suggest that you ask the developer if they would also like to submit questions for you to consider asking when you interview the emergency response departments. So does fair all the way around. Also, if you have your emergency response agencies meeting with you to provide you with a more thorough understanding concerning evacuation wildfire issues from their point of view, they also should be see both opposing viewpoints, the pros and the cons. In a similar situation, I'm sure that the city engineer is going to read both of the traffic reports, one prepared by the developer and one by the opponents, informing his opinion about traffic issues, and feed that information to you. So what I'm asking for here would be no different. I would encourage you to provide the 23 pages of research we prepared, as well as the fire logistics report from the developer and the recorded wildfire presentation from the May 4th Planning Board meeting to the emergency responders you plan to question. They should have plenty of time to read through this material before the future land use planning meeting, since it was postponed from this coming Wednesday. And they should be able to look through all that before they meet with you. Otherwise, some of the agencies will have the benefit of meeting with the developer's fire expert last year and providing input on the fire logistics report, especially on evacuation. So they're all listed by the agency in the fire logistics report, and the developer specialist mentioned the names of those agencies tonight in his presentation. So if you don't do something like that, that could lead to the appearance of a conflict of interest at the expense of Grant Creek residents. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your comments. And we said it earlier on the record, but I want to reiterate anything that you can submit. I would recommend you email it to Councilor Jordan Hess, and we will make sure that that is attached to the record. All councilors have access to that, and it is all public record. So Jordan, did you want to address that also?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that there was a technical glitch at the last LUP meeting where our Zoom system crashed. We should be able to recover video from MCAT or from somewhere, and I'll make sure that I work with staff to do that. And to the extent that we can't, we'll make sure that there's an opportunity for folks to submit material to the record. I'll just leave it at that, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe we have one more person with their hand raised to provide public comment. Hannah. I don't see a last name, but Hannah, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you.
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Hannah Kosel, Kosel. Yeah, I am calling in tonight in support of this rezone. Yeah, as an avid housing advocate in Missoula, I believe this is really important. Will this be affordable housing? No, it might not be. Will this address everything that we need within our housing in Missoula? No, and yeah, folks have said before, I think we need to make this a realistic vision for housing in our community. And of course, we want to keep working towards our ideal solutions. But right now, we really, really need more spaces. We need more vacancy in our town. I work with the Montana Emergency Rent Assistance Program. This is a program that was designed with folks who had past dues on their rent through COVID, but has also been really useful for folks whose rents have been raised through these past few years as well, and due to the skyrocketing prices of rent and home ownership through our city and our state. We are able to provide folks with a full coverage of deposit in the first 3 months of rent if they are able to find a spot. This is if they've been evicted from a former place, if they have been chronically unhoused for a while, if rates went up and they needed to move somewhere else. And we are able to give this over to folks as long as landlords approve. And we have had so many people who just have not been able to find a space within our city to be able to use these funds. That it's just defeating every single day to work with tenants who have families and who are working and have been lifelong Missoulians and who care so much and give so much to our community and don't have space to stay and to rest and to call a place home, and don't have that stability and consistent and open places. Even if this wouldn't be affordable housing, this would still help folks who need affordable housing, and that our vacancy rates will continue to increase, and that landlords won't be able to charge such outrageous fees for folks, knowing that that is the only option for those tenants to move into. I also just want to highlight the comparison that this plan and kind of the conversations and discussion has to one that happened really similarly in Whitefish, Montana, in February just of this year, 2022. There's proposed plan for Mountain Gateway, which was, a very similar area. A lot of conversations talked about the character of the neighborhood or traffic issues and reasonable concerns for climate change and wildfire, but that were also addressed by experts in their fields too, to make sure that it ensured the safety of community members. And I don't want to see Missoula take the same path that the Whitefish City Council took in denying that request for an increase in housing in their community. I want to see you all take the lead as leaders in our city to be a lead in Western Montana for addressing housing issues. To be able to recognize the folks who are not in this room tonight, who are not able to stay up past 9 or have kids to tuck in or have dinners to make, right? And to that aren't able to hire lawyers or organize as neighborhood councils to be able to deny more access and folks to come into their neighborhood. It's also an interesting view when you look at these neighborhoods comparably, in that they're both also gatekeeping access to ski resort roads. And so how can we just really focus on how do we want our neighborhoods to look? How can we create them in more diverse ways? How can we invite more people into our space and into our community instead of continuing to ask people to stay further away from us? I look forward to the upcoming vote and grateful for my chance to share my support.
Great, thank you for your comments. I have one more person queued up to provide public comment. Diane Stensland Vickers, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
I just, all I need to do is agree with what the former person said, because she said everything I was going to say.
Okay, that's short. All righty. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other public comment. So at this point, we have questions from council. Are there any questions from council? We will be hearing this again in LUP, but let's start with Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the folks, the developers and the proponents of this project, is this going to be set up like an HOA where there are going to be additional fees for maintaining the pool and the grounds and whatnot? Okay.
Why don't you come on up and put it on the record?
Spencer Boyd.
And they're still talking.
Huh? Sorry. No, is the answer to that question. It'll all be contained in your rent. Okay. Yep.
Sandra.
Thanks. So I know with the rezone, we can't really dictate what we specify, but I was just wondering, I'm sorry if I missed this, but so will the entrance be on Stonebridge Road and then as well on Expo, or is there only going to be one way? What are you planning on that?
I have to keep saying my name every time?
Just, no, just stay up there, but say.
I'll just
Go
stay
ahead.
here. Spencer Voigt. There are two entrances, both on Expo Parkway and Stonebridge. Or three. Correct. Two main roads go in. There will be two entrances on Expo, and then Stonebridge will run directly into the development.
Ms. Anderson. Oh, wait.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
just, I was looking through the attached files and I did not see and this might be for Mr. Hess or the staff, the referenced 27-page document in regards to fire mitigation. So wanted to make sure that that was on the record. There's only a 7-page one and to look for it. So that's, I want to make sure that got on the record.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Ms. Cheryl.
Yeah, thanks. I don't actually have a question for you, although you probably should stay. We're going to hear from Adrian Beck and Gordy Hughes on Wednesday. Is that correct? Emergency services and fire at the committee meeting. I just want to confirm that. That was something we discussed last week.
Mr. Hess, do you want to clarify
Sure.
timing on the hearings?
Yeah, at the Wednesday to be announced, it'll, what I intend to do is hold about, probably about a 3 to 4 hour meeting to really get through all of the content. And I will structure that by subject matter area. So we can have a period of time to talk about traffic counts and traffic related impacts. And then we can have time to talk about emergency access and egress and fire safety. And Adrian Beck, and of course, would be there along with, I shouldn't speak for Adrian. Adrian will be invited to be there. And Chief Hughes and others that have been that were requested last week at LUP. And then I think that there's Mr. McCormick raised some questions about the development agreement that I've asked the city attorney's office to weigh in on. So I think we'll have an opportunity to discuss that additionally. But I'll try to set the meeting up a little bit thematically so that we can keep it moving and get through all those topics. And if there's other requests, of course, send them this way.
That's great. Thanks. I just wanted to confirm and have it on the public record that we're going to be discussing those things in the future.
Yes, but it's 2 to 3 weeks out. We're not quite sure what the date is that it will be set for, but
Yeah,
yes,
I
that's the
apologize.
agenda.
We had everything set up for the 11th and understanding we need the time frame. It's created some scheduling conflicts on our end. So it may be a few weeks longer.
Okay, great. Ms. Jordan, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. My next question, and I think I already know the answer, but just to double check, are any of the units ever going to be able to be purchased by the occupants, or are they going to be permanently rentals?
At this point, the intention of the development is to be rentals. We are setting up our plan, and it's an internal plan that we are setting up provisions for the duplexes. They would be set up and constructed as townhomes. So there is a possibility in the future, but at this point, the plan is for all rentals.
I'm going to go to Ms. Becerra and then we'll come back to people in the horseshoe. Ms. Becerra?
Thank you. How many units have been constructed already on the allowed per zoning? Because we have already welcomed new residents to the Grant Creek neighborhood.
105 have already been constructed.
And do you know proportional, like what's the breakdown of 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms? And I'm just asking to know what the diversity of family or family sizes could be in this part of the neighborhood.
I don't have the exact unit count, but the demand has been for 2 and 3 bedroom, and the next units are going to be more 2 and 3 bedroom. We're one of the few newer developments that offer 3 bedroom apartment units.
Great. Do you have any idea what the 3 bedrooms are gonna rent for?
$1,500 or $1,600 is what he said.
But the 2 bedroom rents for 2,000 currently, so.
No, not,
Gonna be cheaper?
No, oh yeah. I don't know what the exact. Yeah, no, they do. The information is actually, I believe, available on your website. Yeah, it is on, and I can provide the website here in a minute.
Okay.
GrantCreekVillage.com. There you go.
Yeah, that's where I got the current numbers, but I was just curious as to what you're proposing for the units that you're seeking the rezone for, whether they're going to be 2-bedroom, 3 bedrooms, and how much are they going to be renting for? Because that would be interesting to know if we're meeting the demands in terms of the rent price.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
If
I
you
didn't-
can,
sorry, I didn't know that was a question.
or if
so-
you can provide us with that at some point, I think it would be really helpful.
Yeah, we can work on providing you some information. I think one key factor we need to consider when it comes to what is the ultimate cost of this is we don't know what the cost of this is going to be yet. Is the same conversation everybody has about every industry in the world. There's supply chain issues and no one will even give you a price quote that's longer than a week. And it's very difficult at this point. It's thrown our financial models kind of into a tailspin. So we can give you a range, but it's a difficult question to answer at this point.
Sure. And may I have a follow-up, but actually it's for our staff.
Yes.
Thank you. Dave, Mr. McCormick mentioned that you cannot do a PUD based on the fact that the property currently it's 2 lots and you can only do it on 1. But presumably you could do a boundary line relocation, create 1 lot, and then do a PUD. Would that have been a possible outcome?
Unfortunately, I don't think it would. And the reason is we can't create new split zoned parcels under Title 20.
Okay. And then one last question.
Okay, go ahead.
The development agreement that's in place essentially has also been referred to as a land use covenant, but the city doesn't regulate or enforce covenants. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I do believe that there are different types of covenants. So no, the city does not regulate private covenants. The way I understand it, a covenant is a type of an agreement. So maybe that question is better answered by our city legal office.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Goodness. All right, let's get a queue going here. Daniel, let's start with this side for a change.
I know that we vote on rezones and not developments in cases like this. And I know in the past I've been cut off from commenting, asking for the price of what the proposed homes or apartments might be. And I just wanted to ask the staff, is that criteria that the council is able to consider? Because in the past, we've told me that we can't consider the possible price of developments on rezones. So I just don't see why it's different here. Could staff speak to that?
Sure. That's definitely not one of the criteria under state law or local regulations. But you might be able to finesse it a little bit. I mean, does that impact public health and safety? I'm not sure. Is it compatible with urban growth? I guess I'd look at the rezoning review criteria and see if you think it fits. But no, it's definitely not one of the statutory review criteria is price. So I guess I would be careful.
Thanks, Dave. Raise your hand if you want to ask a question. I've got some of the names down. Okay. Next, I had Mike Nugent.
First, thanks, Daniel. I was going to ask that question too. I appreciate it. Jordan, I think I want to just get this question on our list for Adrian, maybe, or emergency services. But one of the public commenters timed the stoplights at Grant Creek and then suggested that if we were evacuating Grant Creek, that they would be stopping at red lights. And I assume that we would, emergency services would overrule that, but I want to make sure that somebody answers that on the record. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Sandra.
Thanks. I have 2 questions. The first one is for the applicant. The sheets that came around on the back of it. Sorry, it's late. I can't remember what those are called. It was like a diagram of what it was going to potentially look like. It was like a mock-up map.
Like a site plan.
Site plan, thank you. It's been a long day. Is that on the attachments already, or will that be on there? I want to study it a little bit.
On the development agreement or in the slides?
Anywhere that's attached to the.
Yes, they're available in the slides.
Okay.
I believe we've sent those to you, Dave. If not, we will.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my second question is for staff. Dave, I was wondering, so right now, the only, I know we're going to go into more on this on Wednesday. So you can go from Expo Parkway to Old Indian Trail, but then that goes to the Harry Potterville over there. And that's besides Grant Creek, that's the only way in and out of this area. Is that accurate?
Currently, there's no public right of way down that Old Indian Trail. I mean, someday it's possible it could lead to, there is a little underpass under the interstate. I haven't been on it myself, so don't know how functional it is, but I know that there is one. However, at this point, I do not believe that there's a public right of way to make that happen. Although it's, at some point in the future, it may connect into the city, but it's not there today.
Okay, good to know. I'm done with the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Anderson.
Thanks so much. And I do appreciate the fact that we cannot take the price of the units into consideration when as a rezone, but it's a whole entire package. And I just want to clarify, because this is on the record meeting and will be transcribed. I'm looking at the Grant Creek Village website right now, and it's listing, and I just want to confirm this is 1 bedrooms for $1,450, 2 bedrooms for $2,500, and 3 bedrooms for $2,325. And that is on the Grant Creek village.com website / floor plans. So just curious on some confusion back and forth on that. And I'd like it clarified for the record.
Sure.
Please.
Ken Alt, developer. So these prices, we're 100% full right now. And when they come renew, we are asking for what we can get. And this is what happens when there's such a demand. Our current 2 bedrooms are not 2,000. We are asking for that because we know we can get it. Not that just because we know we get it, is that rates are going up. Every point rate goes up, our loan goes up 26,000. We have to get it. We're already a 1.5 years behind on this project that we could have saved 1.5 points. So these costs are real. The construction costs are going up. Bringing this fine team in here is expensive. And the more we waste time on this, the more we have to cover it. And while these rates go up, construction costs are at all-time high, labor's all-time high. The only thing we had in our favor was interest rates. And now they're going up. Affordable means green light. I mean, we can't stop in today's time and dance around with this stuff. I mean, it's day to day. We can't quote lumber for more than 24 hours. So, yeah, right now, because we're doing that, I'm gonna give you another story on what the other complexes are doing. When you walk into their office and you ask how much is a 2-bedroom unit, you pay your $40 to get approved. And it goes into a lottery based on how many units are available in Missoula. And it can, if there was 10 that day, it goes down. It's automatic. The management doesn't make the decision. The computer does. And if there's no units out there, you start asking for those 2,000 numbers. We thought we'd never see 2,000. The computers are telling us it's 2,000 because there's nothing out there. So right now, no, or I can give you a copy of our rent roll. We're not at 2,000. We're not even close. We're about $300 to $400 under market in all of our units right now. We can provide you with a rent roll, what we're sitting at today. But that's how fast the rents have gone up since we opened the door last summer. Is right now we can get another $300 to $400.
May I follow up?
Go
So
ahead.
in the Thank you for that. And we are all familiar with the price of everything going up. In regards to the trip counts that you guys are looking at in terms of the generated amount of traffic, how are you basing that on in regards to deciding what size of, obviously a 1-bedroom unit will have less generated trips to versus a 3-bedroom unit. So I'm assuming you have some sort of estimates on what the new developments will be in terms of the size of units.
Yeah, yes and no. We do have our traffic engineer available online here, and he can answer some of those questions, but it's more of a generality of what apartments compared to single family are when you go in and do the analysis. Not knowing what we're going to build, it kind of does skew that, and you go with what the national average is, and that's what traditional traffic engineering is based on. And if I know it's kind of a vague answer to the question because I'm not the traffic engineer, but he is available for, I think he's still online.
That's okay. We can discuss it more.
Okay, and I can follow up with you on that one on Wednesday. Okay.
A Wednesday to be determined.
A Wednesday
we
to
keep-
be
yeah.
determined. Yes.
Wednesday TBD. Okay. Any other questions? I did have a question, actually, whoever can answer it. I was curious when Mr. Alt purchased the parcel that is split zoned.
2000.
Okay, so it was recently then. Okay, thank you. That helps. Any other questions from council? Mr. Hess.
Yeah, that's actually brings up a point maybe for Mr. McCormick, but if there's a due process question on the split zone piece, wouldn't that due process concern reside with the former owner? I mean, it appears as though this owner bought the parcel knowing what the zoning conditions were. If that hypothetical due process concern exists, that appears that it would be on the owner at the time of the Title 20 adoption.
Alan McCormick. It's a question that comes up frequently in situations like these that was answered by the United States Supreme Court in a case called Palazzo. Basically, the fundamental question is, can you buy yourself into a restriction? And are you giving up your rights to challenge that restriction by buying a piece of property already subject to it? And the United States Supreme Court says that you do not give up your right to challenge the validity of a restriction just because you bought the parcel after the restriction was imposed.
Thanks for that.
Mr. McCormick, could you send us that site so that we can have that? I'd appreciate it.
Certainly.
Or spell it, because I can't understand what you're saying either, but
Spelling is not my strong suit.
send us an email.
I'll send you an
Appreciate it.
email.
All righty, thank you. Okay, any other questions from council on this matter tonight? Pardon? Oh, there you are. One last one, Ms. Becerra.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to clarify my question regarding rents. I was by no means trying to suggest that we need to base our decision. I'm very clear on what our rezoning regulations say in terms of how we base our vote. I simply wanted to point out that what I'm trying to say is that no, I perfectly know that we cannot base our vote on the price of rent. Neither can we base it on what amenities the community is going to have, if it's going to have a pool or a community area. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Then this public hearing will be kept open and we will be hearing this back in LUP to be decided. And Mr. Hess.
I'm sorry, I do have one more question, and maybe we don't have, it doesn't have to be answered now, but I'll just get it on the record about the development agreement. There's, you had suggested, Alan, that there could be someone else that's party to that. Can you speak more to what you, who that might be, or what you, if the city is ultimately not party to that?
It's not a preferred option. It raises questions. It's late, so I'm not going to bore you with the difference between easements appurtenant and easements in gross, but it raises questions about what's attached to land that's attached to other land. And so if you really want to do covenants well, you need two landowners. with both parcels being both burdened and benefited by the covenant. And that's why the development agreement is a better option here, because I've referred to it as a type of covenant, but it's really an agreement between the city and the developer that would agree that there's sufficient and presumed to be sufficient consideration for that agreement that would be then enforceable under the rules of contract and not under the rules of this dominant versus servient tenement versus easement and gross easements are pertinent covenants running with the land. I know you guys are just dying to have a 2-hour session on those, which you can actually have because I'm presenting on that topic on May 19th in Helena.
Well, now we've triggered another question. Here
Okay,
we
yeah,
go.
don't go far, Alan. Okay, so that does bring up the question though, from a standpoint of you are presenting the development agreement to us just as something to take under consideration, but we cannot base our decision on a rezone because we're not legally allowed to take into factors development agreements as a part of rezones. But if the development agreement is executed and the rezone is gone through and the parcel is sold, how can you guarantee that the development agreement stays with the land when there's really no, you voluntarily entered into it and we are not a party of it to as a part of the rezone? Is that?
Let me unpack that.
Okay.
Again, knowing it's late.
Yes.
I don't happen to share the city attorney's concern as much with whether or not the development agreement can be considered as a package with the zoning. You can't attach conditions to zoning.
Right.
But this isn't a condition to the zoning. It's a voluntary condition outside of zoning. The zoning remains the same. The zoning would be R145, and it would be impacted by a separate agreement entered into between the developer and the city. And so it's not a condition on zoning. It's not a contract zoning. It's just it's a different mechanism. We did this with, you'll recall the 50 some acres that's at the corner of Mullen and Flynn. That now has O'Leary and Mary Jane Boulevard running through it. The city adopted a development agreement that basically said the zoning gives you a little too much, so we want to ratchet that back by entering into a development agreement with the developer. So there is precedence for this, and it's been done. And I think there's some new thinking on it at the city attorney's office that's raised some concern. The other issue, can it run with the land, is a case, it's the Donna Metcalf Trust case, Montana Supreme Court, that said an easement and gross. This was a deed restriction where the woman put a deed restriction on the parcel, sold it to someone, and the deed restriction said, you're never going to subdivide the property. That person sells it to someone else. She gives what? She doesn't own property. She's not an next door neighbor. She just put a deed restriction on it. Can a subsequent assignee enforce the deed restriction? And the Supreme Court said yes, because the document said this covenant runs with the land. So it was the intent of the parties that it would run with the land. And had they not put that language in there, it would have been of questionable enforceability. So I think some of that question has been answered as well.
Thank you for that brief education.
2 hours on that subject for 19. I can get you a discount code.
We got Dave DeGrand raising his hand. Staff, did you want to add to this?
Only one short item, and that is the planning board public hearing is available through eScribe, and that includes Mr. Cole's presentation on fire and all of the slides. So he mentioned that this presentation wasn't recorded at the LUP, but it is fully available. If you go to April 19th agendas and meeting minutes, you can watch that entire show.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Becerra, did you have your hand raised again, or did you just lower it?
I think, no, good.
Must have been an old one. Okay, any other questions on this item? Then we will keep the public hearing open. We will hear it in LUP in several weeks with lots of notice given to everyone. And we appreciate your patience for a long meeting tonight. Okay, that we will be done with that agenda item. We're going to finish out this meeting now. We have no committee reports. We have no new business. Any new business? No? communications from the mayor, I will take that slot. I will just note that legislator Mark Sweeney died a few days ago. I got to know Mark when he was running for the PSC, and he was a good person to discuss our water acquisition with. He had some interesting thoughts on that when I was a new counselor, and gave me some good advice. I appreciated him as a resource, but he was just a wonderful human being also, who firmly believed in public service and gave a lot to the state of California, to the state of Montana, sorry. And he had deep roots in Eastern Montana, which I really liked that he brought that to the table, especially Miles City, one of my favorite towns that my dad grew up in. So I just wanted to say that he was a really good person who gave a lot to the state of Montana, and we will miss Mark. So rest in peace. We will go to council comment now, and Ms. Becerra, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. One is last Thursday was Murder and Missing Indigenous Women and People Awareness Day. And I bring this up now after the fact, only because I think that while May 5th might have been the day, a day of awareness, we should be aware that this continues to be an issue every day. And we need to reinforce and continue to strengthen our collaboration with tribal jurisdictions to better tackle this issue that is so important in Missoula. Many of you might remember Jermaine Charlo, and she has been missing for almost 4 years now. You know, that happened in Missoula, Montana. So this is an issue that I think it's important for us to keep in conversations with our police department and see how we can further collaborate with tribal jurisdictions. On a separate note, I also want to say thank you to the many volunteers who went and cleaned up the area under the Reserve Street Bridge. That is an issue that is top of mind for city, county, and state. And we will continue to work as legally allowed by all the jurisdictions to resolve the issue with expediency. I know that some of our staff has already gone to work on city-owned land and are ready to help once this issue is resolved legally between the other jurisdictions. But I know the work that the volunteers did for several weekends now is greatly appreciated. I think many of us don't want to see any of that stuff on the river, and I truly appreciate all the efforts that went into coordinating those volunteer efforts. So my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody about the screening of the Bears of Durango that's happening on May 11th at 7:30 at, where is it? Zootown?
Zach.
Yeah, Zootown Arts Community. Thank you. And this is a movie about what folks in Durango, Colorado did to coexist with their bear population, which is something that we are definitely paralleling. And I would like to invite folks to come to that screening and to talk about how we can be more bear smart in Missoula. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vasica?
Thanks. I know that we just had an election, but there is another election coming up. The federal primary election is going to be held on June 7th, 2022. And if you are an active voter, you will be mailed a ballot on May 13th, 2022. So be sure to get it into the elections office on it's on Russell and Wyoming Streets by 8 p.m. on June 7th. If you have any questions, please contact the elections office. And then also I wanted to say happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. No matter how old you are, you always need your mom. So happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. Mr. Contos?
I'll pass, thanks.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing the public service of Senator Sweeney, and my condolences go out to him and his family and friends. And it was a sudden loss to our community and our state. And I know that they are grieving and our hearts are with them. On a second note, I want to say thank you so much to Missoula and the greater Missoula community for being amazing. Once again, Missoula Gives just wrapped up its, oh gosh, I forgot how many years in a row it's been doing it, but it's an opportunity for people to give big and small donations to have impact on community or organizations based right here in Missoula. And this year, our community came together to raise over $1.2 million. And that was comprised of over 3,000 individual donors, and it went to 186 organizations. So I have always said that Missoula is a pretty amazing community. And once again, the evidence of that is given and shown through its generosity. And so thank you to everybody who took a little bit of time to give to one of those organizations. And thank you to all those organizations who do amazing work. And I'm glad that you are being recognized. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl.
I'm going to pass. Thanks.
Mr. Nugent.
I'll be quick. I was at a housing conference last week, and I came across an interesting analysis, which then I saw one of our local representatives share on social media this past weekend. And given that there are 20 plus subdivisions working their way through development services right now, and housing is on top of everyone's mind, the analysis was on Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they did a study in 2018 that determined they needed to build 4,000 housing units a year to help cover backlog and meet demand. And since 2018, they've averaged 3,740 units a year. But last year, they brought 5,077 units on, and now rents are decreasing, which is not the national trend. So I just think that we think about a lot of things, but supply and demand really does matter.
Thanks, Mike. Mr. Carlino.
I can pass tonight.
Mr. Hess.
Thanks. I want to speak briefly about the tragic death that several commenters tonight came in to talk about on Orange Street. And I want to express my condolences to the family of the deceased. And I want to just say that we need to continue to work to make our roadways safe for all users. We have, as a city and as a state, we have Vision Zero goals for zero highway or zero roadway fatalities. And those, unfortunately, we haven't been able to achieve those. And this is a stark and painful reminder in our community. And we need to continue to work on our transportation goals. We have visionary planning documents, I think, around transportation. We have a visionary or aspirational, perhaps, long-range transportation plan for how we allocate our federal transportation dollars, which are in short supply. And we just need to keep working toward those goals of safety and mode split and all of the things that are listed in those plans. There's the League of American Bicyclists have 6 criteria that they encourage the use of, and those are engineering, education, equity, encouragement, evaluation, and enforcement. And those all come into play here. And this is a road that's controlled by the state, that is engineered to move traffic at a rate of speed that is greater than the posted speed limit. And that's not how we should design roads. And so there's an engineering fix. There's an evaluation. This is an evaluation or an inflection point where we can think about how we've designed roads, and we can assess that, and we can do it better. And I hope we do.
Thank you. Ms. Savage.
I'll pass tonight.
Ms. West.
I just also really wanted to thank the Missoula Community Foundation for giving us this amazing 26 hours of giving that, giving us the infrastructure for nonprofits that don't have maybe a lot of capacity to really do some really effective community outreach and fundraising. And I also just want to thank all of the North Side and West Side businesses that really supported the Lowell School PTA in providing incentives or matching funds for their Missoula Gives campaign. We had 258 donors this year, which is amazing. And we raised over $34,000. And with an organization that is entirely volunteer run, that is a game-changing amount of money that can be invested in our families and our kiddos. And it's my last year as a Lowell mom. So yeah, I'm really excited and just so grateful to have been a part of this community for the last 8 years. And we're really lucky to have such an amazing institution full of just amazing people. And it's what makes Missoula special.
Thank you. And on that note, we have no miscellaneous communications reports or announcements and no other business. So we will be adjourned.